What is a physical characteristic? Pretty much the same thing as a landform. A landform is any natural feature of the Earth's surface. Landforms are things like valleys and mountains, rivers and lakes. Even coastlines are considered to be landforms. Human characteristics, on the other hand, are things that humans build, including cities, dams, and roads. In this lesson, we're going to go through the most significant human and physical characteristics of East Asia and place them on a map. East Asia is an area usually considered to include China, Japan, North Korea, and South Korea. Humans have many effects on the landscape, especially when they build cities. Cities affect the world so significantly. After all, they completely replace the natural world around them, and East Asia has a lot of cities. The biggest city in East Asia is Shanghai, China. You can find that here. This probably isn't surprising considering that China is the country with the largest population in the world. Seoul, South Korea, and Tokyo, Japan are another two of the largest cities in East Asia. Like in most parts of the world, these human cities are usually near water sources. Access to the sea was useful for trade and defense, and access to fresh water in rivers was important for drinking water and farming. Seoul was founded along the Han River. Shanghai is on both the Yangtze River Delta and along the East China Sea, and Tokyo is also coastal. China in East Asia includes a big part of the Himalayas, which is the biggest mountain range in the world. Mount Everest, the highest mountain range on the planet, is on the border of China and Nepal. Japan also has mountains, including Mount Fuji. North and South Korea are flat compared to China and Japan, but they still have many mountains. East Asia is also full of valleys, canyons, and gorges. The most famous is China's Yarlung-Zambo Grand Canyon, which is the deepest canyon on Earth. That's right, China has the tallest mountain and the deepest canyon. The Yangtze River is the longest river in China and the third longest in the world. It's almost 4,000 miles long. It starts in Tibet and reaches the sea near Shanghai. Japan is a tiny country compared to China, so it doesn't have any rivers of the extraordinary length of China. Japanese rivers tend to be deep, fast, and short. South Korea rivers, like the Nakdong, provide irrigation and fertile soil. What about lakes? China's Qinghai Lake is a very large saltwater lake. Japan has much smaller lakes since it's a smaller country. Japan's largest is Lake Biwa. North Korea and South Korea have even smaller lakes. A physical characteristic, or landform, is any natural feature of the Earth's surface. Landforms are things like valleys and mountains, rivers and lakes. Even coastlines are considered to be landforms. Human characteristics, on the other hand, are things that humans build, including cities, dams, and roads. The most important human characteristic is the city. The biggest cities in East Asia are Shanghai, China, Seoul, South Korea, and Tokyo, Japan. These cities are all located on coasts and near rivers. East Asia's physical characteristics include large mountains, including Mount Everest and Mount Fuji. The deepest canyon on Earth is the Yarlung-Zambo Grand Canyon in China. There are also long rivers in East Asia, including the Yangtze in China and Amnok in North Korea. China also has large lakes, while Japan, North Korea, and South Korea all have much smaller lakes. What is a physical characteristic? Pretty much the same thing as a landform. A landform is any natural feature of the Earth's surface. Landforms are things like valleys and mountains, rivers and lakes. Even coastlines are considered to be landforms. Human characteristics, on the other hand, are things that humans build, including cities, dams, and roads. In this lesson, we're going to go through the most significant human and physical characteristics of East Asia and place them on a map. East Asia is an area usually considered to include China, Japan, North Korea, and South Korea. Humans have many effects on the landscape, especially when they build cities. Cities affect the world so significantly. After all, they completely replace the natural world around them, and East Asia has a lot of cities. The biggest city in East Asia is Shanghai, China. You can find that here. This probably isn't surprising considering that China is the country with the largest population in the world. Seoul, South Korea, and Tokyo, Japan, are another two of the largest cities in East Asia. Like in most parts of the world, these human cities are usually near water sources. Access to the sea was useful for trade and defense, and access to fresh water in rivers was important for drinking water and farming. Seoul was founded along the Han River. Shanghai is on both the Yangtze River Delta and along the East China Sea, and Tokyo is also coastal. China in East Asia includes a big part of the Himalayas, which is the biggest mountain range in the world. Mount Everest, the highest mountain range on the planet, is on the border of China and Nepal. Japan also has mountains, including Mount Fuji. North and South Korea are flat compared to China and Japan, but they still have many mountains. East Asia is also full of valleys, canyons, and gorges. The most famous is China's Yarlung-Zambo Grand Canyon, which is the deepest canyon on Earth. That's right, China has the tallest mountain and the deepest canyon. The Yangtze River is the longest river in China and the third longest in the world. It's almost 4,000 miles long. It starts in Tibet and reaches the sea near Shanghai. Japan is a tiny country compared to China, so it doesn't have any rivers of the extraordinary length of China. Japanese rivers tend to be deep, fast, and short. South Korea rivers, like the Nakdong, provide irrigation and fertile soil. What about lakes? China's Qinghai Lake is a very large saltwater lake. Japan has much smaller lakes since it's a smaller country. Japan's largest is Lake Biwa. North Korea and South Korea have even smaller lakes. A physical characteristic, or landform, is any natural feature of the Earth's surface. Landforms are things like valleys and mountains, rivers and lakes. Even coastlines are considered to be landforms. Human characteristics, on the other hand, are things that humans build, including cities, dams, and roads. The most important human characteristic is the city. The biggest cities in East Asia are Shanghai, China, Seoul, South Korea, and Tokyo, Japan. These cities are all located on coasts and near rivers. East Asia's physical characteristics include large mountains, including Mount Everest and Mount Fuji. The deepest canyon on Earth is the Yarlung-Zambo Grand Canyon in China. There are also long rivers in East Asia, including the Yangtze in China and Amnok in North Korea. China also has large lakes, while Japan, North Korea, and South Korea all have much smaller lakes. A landform is any natural feature of the Earth's surface. A mountain is a landform, as is a valley or canyon, but it's not just the height of land. Coastlines, bays, rivers, and lakes are also landforms. When describing landforms, you might talk about the soil, or rock type, the elevation, slope, or orientation. And if you wanted to draw a map showing landforms, you would be drawing a topographical map. East Asia is a huge area. It covers 3.9 million square miles, most of which is China. Describing the landforms of the whole area in detail would be impossible. So today we're going to look at some of the most significant or well-known landforms in East Asia. China is a large country, and it's particularly rich in mountains. China includes the majority of the largest mountain range in the world, the Himalayas. The Tibetan Plateau has been part of China since it was seized in the 1960s, and it's often called the roof of the world because it has an average elevation above 16,000 feet, higher than most mountains. Mount Everest is on the border between China and Nepal at 29,029 feet. It is the highest mountain on Earth. Other Chinese mountain ranges include the Tanggula, the Kuntanshan, the Tian Shan, the Kilian Shan, and several much smaller ranges. Japan is also a mountainous country. Around 70% of Japan is in the mountains. Most notable is the Japanese Alps range, whose highest mountain is Mount Fuji at 12,388 feet. North Korea and South Korea don't have mountains anywhere near that large, but they do have a lot of them. Mountain ranges crisscross the countries. The highest mountain in South Korea is Hallasan at 6,398 feet, and the highest in North Korea is Paektu at 9,003 feet. China is also full of beautiful valleys, canyons, and gorges. The Yarlung-Zambo Grand Canyon is probably the most famous, at an average of 16,000 feet deep and a maximum depth of 19,714 feet. It is the deepest canyon on Earth. But there are many more canyons to add to the list, from the Golden Sand River Tiger Leaping Gorge to the Yellow River Valley that nourished ancient China, to the beautiful canyon of Nujiang River. There are too many to count. Meanwhile, the Koreas are more famous for the sheer number of valleys and canyons than their size. There are also too many rivers and lakes in East Asia to count. China has lots of them. The Yellow River, the Yangtze, the Mekong, the Salween, the Yarlung, the Pearl. Although it's only the second longest at 3,395 miles, the Yellow River probably has the most historical importance because it provided the fertile land and water supply for ancient China. The longest is the Yangtze, which is also the third longest in the world. At 3,915 miles, the Yangtze starts in the Tibetan Plateau before reaching the sea at Shanghai. Since Japan is so much smaller a country, the longest river there is also quite small. The Ishikari is 167 miles. The rivers of Japan are generally deep, short, and fast-moving. South Korea is very much dependent on rivers which provide fertile land, and there are many of them. The most important include the Han River Plain that runs through Seoul, the Pyeongtaek, the Gyeom, the Honam, the Nakdong, and the Yeongsang. The Nakdong is the longest at 324 miles. The longest river in North Korea is the Amnok River at 490 miles. China has many lakes, including 4 that are larger than 1,000 square miles in area. Those 4 are, from largest to smallest, Qinghai Lake, which is a saltwater lake, Xingkai Lake, Poyang Lake, and Dongting Lake. Qinghai Lake is a full 1,676 square miles in size. The largest freshwater lake in Japan is Lake Biwa, near Kyoto, but only 259 square miles in size. North Korea and South Korea have mostly small lakes because there isn't much glacial activity and the Earth's crust in the Korean peninsula is stable. A landform is any natural feature of the Earth's surface. A mountain is a landform, as is a valley or a canyon, but it's not just the height of land. Coastlines, bays, rivers and lakes are also landforms. China is a large country and has a lot of mountains. China includes the Himalayas, which is the largest mountain range in the world. Mount Everest is between China and Nepal, and is the highest mountain in the world at 29,029 feet. Other Chinese mountain ranges include the Tanggula, the Tian Shan, the Kuntan Shan, and the Kilian Shan. 70% of Japan is in the mountains, including the Japanese Alps range, with the highest point at the summit of Mount Fuji, 12,388 feet. North Korea and South Korea have numerous mountains, but they're much smaller. China has a great many valleys, canyons and gorges too. The Yarlung Zambo Grand Canyon has a maximum depth of 19,714 feet and is the deepest canyon on Earth. There's also the Golden Sand River Tiger Leaping Gorge and the Yellow River Valley that nourished ancient China. The Koreas are more famous for the large number of valleys, though they're not notably large in size. Important rivers in China include the Yellow River, the Yangtze and the Mekong. The Yellow River has the most historical importance, providing fertile land and water supply for ancient China. The Yangtze is the longest, at 3,915 miles. The longest river in Japan is relatively small, the Ishikari, at 167 miles. The rivers of Japan are deep, short and fast-moving. South Korea is heavily dependent on rivers, and there are many of them. The Nakdong is the longest, at 324 miles. The longest North Korean river is the Amnok River, at 490 miles. China's largest lake is Qinghai Lake, at 1,676 square miles in size. The largest freshwater lake in Japan is Lake Biwa, near Kyoto, 259 square miles. North Korea and South Korea have mostly small lakes. Human migration is the seasonal or long-term movement of humans from one area of the Earth to another. People move permanently or temporarily, between cities or between countries, even between continents. This is all human migration. There are lots of reasons people might migrate. They might move for a job, to improve their life, to escape persecution, or because of a natural disaster. There are a mix of economic, social, and physical reasons. Today we're going to talk about East Asia's migration patterns and the reasons for those patterns. China is a country where the net flow of migrants is outward, More people are leaving China than entering. Traditionally, the Chinese government limited the number of people who were allowed to leave, but over the years their immigration policies have become increasingly relaxed. Today, hundreds of thousands of Chinese immigrants leave each year. Of course, this hasn't stopped the population from continuing to rise overall. While countries aren't always open to accepting Chinese immigrants, a lot do leave for other places, whether temporarily or permanently. When people are accepted, they tend to be the most highly skilled workers, removing those skills from the Chinese economy. Generally, the most popular destinations are Western-style democracies with strong freedoms. These include the United States, European countries, Australia, and New Zealand. But countries like Japan and South Korea are extremely uncommon destinations, if only due to the fact that they're closer. China has the greatest overseas populations in Thailand and Malaysia, but the United States has 3.8 million Chinese, Canada has 1.5 million, and even countries like the UK, which only have 470,000 or so, Chinese are now the most significant group of immigrants coming to the country each year. China also receives immigrants, especially from poorer countries in Asia, like Bangladesh, Indonesia, Vietnam, Cambodia, and the Philippines. Illegal immigration is also a factor, especially from poor countries, and countries with especially oppressive regimes, like North Korea. Within China, the most common flow of migration is from rural areas to city or urban areas. Japan is the richest country per capita in East Asia. It's also a democratic country with the strongest personal freedoms in the area. For this reason, it probably isn't surprising that there is net migration into Japan. It's very much a destination country more than a source country. The number of foreign residents in Japan was 2.1 million in 2010. The main source countries are China, the Philippines, South Korea, and Brazil. 70% of foreign residents come from these countries. However, immigration in Japan has been typically limited by the government. There is a public perception among the Japanese that Japan is a homogeneous nation, and that this brings greater harmony between the people who live there. Public opposition to immigration is strong. While this remains the case, it seems unlikely that Japan will greatly increase the number of people allowed to live there. Immigration to South Korea has a lot more in common with Japan. As a democratic and economically successful country, it also receives more people than it loses. Though this was not always the case. For a long time, South Korea was a source country, but as it's become more and more successful, its economy growing at a staggering rate, this has changed. South Korea began to have labor shortages and lacked people for jobs with difficult working conditions. The UN officially declared it a receiving country in 2007. Another similarity with Japan is that the government limits immigration significantly. Most immigrants can't become citizens unless they marry a South Korean citizen or invest large sums of money into the economy. Despite these limits, immigration is still happening. The main countries people moving to South Korea come from are China, Mongolia, the Philippines, Vietnam, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. South Korea also sees immigration due to the lack of women available for marriage in rural areas, as more and more people leave for the city. Foreign brides are brought across from other countries, like China, to marry South Korean men. In 2005, interracial marriages accounted for 10% of the marriages in South Korea. North Korea contains an oppressive, totalitarian regime much like China. Unlike China, however, it's never relaxed its immigration policies in any way, and citizens have even less freedoms. North Korea is considered to be a closed country. Migration out of North Korea is mostly made up of refugees and contract workers, specifically sent by the government. Refugees are always illegal immigrants who find their way across the border to escape North Korea. They usually escape to other Asian countries, like China. Human migration is the seasonal or long-term movement of humans from one area of the earth to another. Migrants move to find work, improve their life, escape persecution, or due to natural disasters. China has more people leaving than entering. The Chinese government traditionally limited the number of people leaving, but these policies have been relaxed over time. The most highly skilled workers are the ones most readily accepted into other countries, removing those skills from the Chinese economy. Generally, the most popular destinations are free Western-style democracies like the United States, European countries, Australia, and New Zealand. But countries like Japan and South Korea are also common since they're close by. China also receives immigrants, especially from poorer countries in Asia. Within China, the most common flow of migration is from rural to urban areas. Japan is the richest country per capita in East Asia, the most democratic with the most freedom. Japan is a destination country. Net immigration flows into the country. These immigrants come mainly from China, the Philippines, South Korea, and Brazil. Immigration in Japan remains limited by the government to this day. Similar to Japan, South Korea is a democratic and economically free and strong country. The economy has boomed over the last 20 years, and in 2007, South Korea became a country that receives more migrants than it loses. Also like Japan, the government limited immigration. Most immigrants can't become citizens unless they marry a South Korean citizen or invest large sums of money in the economy. The main countries people moving to South Korea come from are China, Mongolia, the Philippines, Vietnam, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. North Korea contains an oppressive totalitarian regime and is a closed country. Migration out of North Korea is mostly made up of escaping refugees and contract workers specifically sent by the government. Refugees usually escape to other Asian countries like China. Demographics are statistical data relating to the population of an area and groups within it. Those groups could be cultures, languages, religions, you name it. So in a nutshell, demographics are numbers about people who live in a place. Numbers can be a bit dull, but they help you understand a place in ways you can't without them, so that's super important. East Asia generally includes China, Japan, South Korea, and North Korea. How many people live in East Asia? 1.5 billion people. And no, that isn't a mistake, that really is billion, not million. That's 38% of the population of Asia and 22% of the population of the world. But within this number, the vast majority, 1.37 billion in all, are Chinese. China is by far the most dominant country in the area. It's dominant in terms of population, political power, and culture, especially in its historical influence. The population of Japan is 127 million. The population of South Korea is 51 million, and the population of North Korea is 26 million. Let's take a look at our first demographic group. There are three main ethnic groups in East Asia: Han, Yamato, and Korean. Named after the Han dynasty, the Han Chinese are a group of people of similar ethnic descent that includes around 92% of the population of China. They're also found in Taiwan, Singapore, Malaysia, Hong Kong, Macau, and elsewhere. The Yamato people are a group of people of similar ethnic descent that includes the majority of the population of mainland Japan. The Korean people are a group of people of similar ethnic descent that were historically located in the Korean Peninsula and Manchuria. These days, the Korean people can be found all over the place, including China, Japan, and the United States. Other smaller groups include Tibetans, Uyghurs, Kazakhs, Manchurians, and Mongols. Now let's take a look at the languages. There are many languages spoken in East Asia. Those languages form many language families, including the Japonic language family, Sinitic, Mongolic, Tibeto-Burman, Ainu, Turkic, Korean, Tungusic, Maoyao, Thai-Gadai, and Hmong-Khmer. The most spoken language in East Asia is Mandarin, with 1.3 billion speakers worldwide. This is followed by Japanese, with 120 million, and Korean with 80 million. See how numbers can tell a story? Nothing comes close to Mandarin. But let's also talk about written language. The written languages of East Asia are beautiful. Just look at these. The Chinese language has had a big impact on the languages of the surrounding area, especially the form of writing used by China. Han Chinese script was used in Korea first, then Vietnam in the 1st century, and finally in Japan. Although the writing style of Japan is now significantly different from Chinese, it began as Han Chinese script. In Korea, a simpler alphabet is used these days for the most part. Religious beliefs in Asia vary a lot. People believe in many gods, no gods, one god. There are pantheists, agnostics, you name it. Major groups include Confucianism, Mahayana Buddhism, Taoism, and Shinto. There is a huge lack in good numbers regarding how many people in China follow what faith, but we think that somewhere between 30 to 80% practice folk religions or Taoism. 10 to 16% are Buddhists, 2 to 4% are Christians, and 1 to 2% are Muslims. Japan is also kind of a problem because the biggest belief system, Shinto, isn't thought of as an organized religion, So people who are not religious and Shinto people get mixed up into the same group, which totals around 56%. Demographics can be kind of complicated. Buddhism follows, with around 35%, followed by Christianity at 2.3%. By comparison with China and Japan, South Korea is far more Christian, but data's still patchy. What figures we do have suggest that around 47% have no formal religion, 29% are Christian, with 18% Protestant and 11% Catholic, and 22.8% are Buddhist. In North Korea, religion is discouraged, and there are no official statistics available, but what information has been gathered and pieced together, we think that around 64% are not religious, with 16% following shamanistic belief systems, 13.5% Shamanistic, which is similar to Confucianism, 5% Buddhist and 2% Christian, but these figures could be wrong. East Asia has an aging population. The average age in China was 35 as of 2010. In North Korea it's 34, and in South Korea it's 38. Compare this to 37 for the United States and 40 for Europe. Japan is a major outlier in the East Asia region. The average age in Japan is 44.6, the second highest in the world. They're super old. Like many countries, this is partly because of post-World War II baby booms, but also because doctors are getting better at keeping people alive. Gross domestic product, or GDP, is the sum of all the goods and services produced in a country each year. The richest country in terms of GDP in East Asia is China, at an estimated $15.5 trillion in 2015, followed by Japan at $4.8 trillion, and South Korea at $1.9 trillion. Does that look familiar? Once again, nobody's got anything on China. So who do you think is richest? The Chinese? Nope. These GDP numbers don't tell you much about the wealth levels in a country, only the total amount of money being made. In Japan, they live pretty nice lives everywhere, but in China, people living in cities are rich, while much of the rural parts of the country are very poor. East Asia can be hard to define, but generally includes China, Japan, South Korea, and North Korea. China is by far the dominant country in the area. It's dominant in terms of population, political power, and culture. The population of East Asia totals approximately 1.5 billion people, which is around 38% of the population of Asia and 22% of the population of the world. The majority of these are Chinese. The most significant ethnicities in the area are Han, Yamato, and Korean. Han is the primary ethnicity of China, Yamato is the primary ethnicity of Japan, and Korean is the primary ethnicity of the Korean Peninsula. There isn't a great deal of ethnic diversity in any of the countries of East Asia. There are many languages spoken in East Asia. Those languages form many language families, including the Japonic language family, Sinitic, Mongolic, Tibeto-Burman, Ainu, Turkic, Korean, Tungusic, Maoyao, Thai-Gadai, and Hmong Khmer. The most spoken language in East Asia is Mandarin, with 1.3 billion speakers worldwide. This is followed by Japanese with 120 million and Korean with 80 million. Chinese written language in its ancient form spread to Korea and then Japan, influencing their own written styles. Religious beliefs in East Asia vary a lot. People believe in many gods, no god, one god. There are pantheists and agnostics. Common threads and major groups include Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, and Shinto. Accurate numbers for China, the Koreas, and Japan are hard to come by, but the majority of Chinese practice Taoism, the majority of Japanese are Shinto, and the majority of Koreans have no formal religion. In South Korea, this is followed closely by Buddhists and then Christians. In North Korea, most religious people are believed to be shamanistic or Shintoists. Like much of the developed world, East Asia has an aging population. Most East Asian countries have an average population in their 30s, but the average age in Japan is 44.6, which is the second highest in the world. The richest country in terms of GDP in East Asia is China at an estimated $15.5 trillion, followed by Japan at $4.8 trillion and South Korea at $1.9 trillion. But living standards are much higher in Japan than in China. East Asia is an area usually considered to include China, Japan, North Korea, and South Korea. These countries all have their own distinct cultures, but they do have a few things in common: their strong sense of hierarchy, their respect for authority, and conventions about how to behave in public. The countries of East Asia also share language roots, both verbal and written, and their cuisines are similar. But that's where the similarities end. Japan is a democracy that has been rated as having a high level of personal freedom. Behavior and outward appearance are important to the Japanese, especially in matters of business. Age gives you seniority and determines how much weight your words are given, and who is served first, among other things. In general, Japanese culture is less individualistic, and the needs of the group are paramount. Life in China depends where you live. The country is a land of poor farmers and the cities of rich westernized capitalists. The country is huge, but densely populated, and the cities especially so. China puts emphasis on groups rather than individuals, and respects age, much like Japan. In China's case, this comes from the popularity of Confucian ideas. China has recently introduced free market reforms, but the people are still rated near the bottom in rankings of personal and political freedom, mainly due to the strict rule of their communist government. South Korea is similarly influenced by Confucianism. They have a lot of respect for age, social position, and marriage. Related to this respect for age is the common belief that your loved ones stay with you when they die. Ceremonies to honor the ancestors are common. South Korea, especially in cities like Seoul, is being influenced a lot by the West. Fashion, food, television, you name it. But this Western influence is also present in politics. South Korea rates highly in measures of the freedom of its citizens. North Korea couldn't be more different to South Korea in its political system. North Korea is a communist dictatorship, more so even than China. The borders of North Korea are closed, and citizens get few freedoms or control over their lives. People often suffer from malnutrition and poor living conditions, and international aid is often needed. The East Asian respect for authority makes regimes like these more likely, but that doesn't mean that people don't rebel in their own little ways. Rules are often broken without punishment, and fashion and trade do exist, just behind closed doors. The main ethnic groups of East Asia are Han, Chinese, Yamato, Japanese, and Korean. 92% of China's population are Han Chinese, named after the Han dynasty. Numbers are similar for the Yamato in Japan. South Korea is a little more diverse, but not by much. Other ethnic groups include Kazakhs, Manchurians, Mongols, Tibetans, and Uyghurs. The most common language in East Asia is Mandarin. 1.3 billion people speak this language worldwide, and many of those are in East Asia itself. But this is more a product of China being so large and populous in general. On the Korean peninsula, people speak mostly Korean, and in Japan, people speak mostly Japanese. The Chinese written language is the root of the Korean and Japanese written styles as well. The early language spread to Korea, and then later to Japan, being gradually changed by those cultures along the way. There are many different religious beliefs in East Asia. There are theists, polytheists, atheists, pantheists, and agnostics. Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, and Shinto are common. More Western religions like Christianity and Islam are not so common outside of South Korea. The data on Chinese religion is rather weak, since the government is officially atheist, but our best figures suggest between 30 to 80% are Taoist or follow other folk religions. Between 10 and 16% are Buddhists, and Christianity and Islam make up tiny percentages. Getting statistics for Japan is also hard because Shinto is the most dominant group, and many don't consider it to be a religion at all. Shinto and non-religious collectively make up around 56%, but splitting those two groups up isn't possible. A further 35% are Buddhist. Unlike the others, South Korea has a significant number of Christians. Approximately 47% have no form of religion, 29% are Christian, and 23% are Buddhist. In North Korea, we think that most people are not religious, with perhaps 1/3 being a mix of shamanism, Chindoism, and Buddhism. But the government discourages religion, so we might be wrong. Much religion is probably hidden from view. Education is extremely important in East Asian culture, and the schools of China, Japan, and South Korea are among the best in the world. Their education system has seen huge investment because it's prized so highly culturally. China, in particular, has been busy investing a ton of money into their system, which has seen vast improvements. Some would also note that their culture is one that shows a lot of respect and deference to teachers. Student misbehavior is much rarer than it is in the Western world. Perhaps that has a role in explaining why East Asian countries rank so highly in education quality. But their education systems also tend to be hugely competitive, structured and stressful, especially in South Korea where suicide is common. And some argue they don't encourage innovation. East Asia is an area considered to include China, Japan, North Korea and South Korea. These cultures all have a strong sense of hierarchy, a respect for authority, and conventions about how to behave in public. The influence of Confucianism and similar philosophies makes education a high priority and causes people to value age and social standing. The countries of East Asia also share language roots, both verbal and written, and their cuisines are similar. Their cultures are also less individualistic than Western cultures, and the needs of the group are paramount. China is a land of poor rural farmers and rich city dwellers. The country is huge, but densely populated, and the cities especially so. China has recently introduced free market reforms, but the people are still rated near the bottom in rankings of personal and political freedom. Western influence in cities is growing, especially in Seoul, South Korea. These influences include fashion, food, television, you name it. In terms of measures of freedom, Japan and South Korea are both democracies and are considered the most free by far. China and North Korea are communist dictatorships, but China provides more freedom than North Korea. The East Asian respect for authority makes regimes like this more likely. The main ethnic groups of East Asia are Han Chinese, Yamato Japanese, and Korean. The most common language in East Asia is Mandarin. 1.3 billion people speak this language worldwide. On the Korean peninsula, people speak mostly Korean, and in Japan, people speak mostly Japanese. There's little ethnic or linguistic diversity in each country. There are many different religious beliefs in East Asia. There are theists, polytheists, atheists, pantheists, and agnostics. Confucianism, Mahayana Buddhism, Taoism, and Shinto are common. More Western religions like Christianity and Islam are not so common outside of South Korea. China is mostly Taoist, Japan is mostly Shinto, North Korea and South Korea are mostly non-religious. South Korea is the only part of East Asia that has a significant Christian population, at 29%. Political geography is the study of governments and countries and their relationships, both with other governments and with their citizens. So to study the political geography of East Asia means to look at the borders and political systems of the area and how they relate to each other, and to consider what caused things to be the way they are. In this lesson, we're also going to pay attention to how the physical geography of the area led things to be the way they are. But first of all, what is East Asia? What area are we talking about? East Asia is a region that contains 4 countries: Japan, China, North Korea, and South Korea. Each of these countries is quite different politically. Japan and South Korea are Western-style capitalist democracies. China is a communist dictatorship, which still has free markets in certain places, and North Korea is one of the most extreme communist dictatorships on Earth, with completely controlled or planned markets. Let's take a look at the geographical factors that led to those systems. China and North Korea are both communist countries, with regimes that control the economy and the lives of their citizens in extreme ways. Since they have the same political system on a basic level, we're talking about them together. But they're actually quite different, and a lot of this is because of geographical factors. China is one of the most successful, powerful, and richest countries in the world, although many of their rural citizens wouldn't know it from the poor living standards they can be faced with. Economists tend to say that capitalism leads to riches and economic success, and communism only depresses the economy and leads to poor living standards. So, how can we explain China's economic success? Well, for one thing, China still has a market economy that operates in its major cities. It still trades with the rest of the world in a capitalist way. But there's more to it than that, and it's all down to the physical geography of the area. China is a country that is rich in natural resources, from coal, oil, gas and precious metals, to fresh water and natural beauty to attract tourists. There is very little that China lacks within its borders. So that also means it doesn't have to rely on the rest of the world in the way some countries do. Trade is important, but if China closed its borders tomorrow, they would survive. In fact, they will probably still thrive. Compare this to North Korea, which lacks many of these resources. Due to the way North Korea treats its citizens and its threatening posture with other countries, particularly the United States, sanctions have been placed on the country that make it hard for it to trade, and this has huge impacts on the standard of living in the country. If it wasn't for their friendship with China and the large amount of trade that happens between the two communist countries, North Korea might truly be on the verge of collapse. The other notable political aspect of China's geography is its huge size. The borders of China surround an enormous area, fueled mostly by past aggression and imperial expansion. But there are geographic reasons the borders are placed where they are. On the east and south, China's border is limited by the sea, and on the west, China continues until it hits the natural barrier of the Himalayan mountains. Conquering countries on opposite sides of mountains can be difficult. You often have to bring your armies through tight mountain passes a few at a time. This reduces the advantage of having large numbers, and this is the main reason that China's borders end where they do. Last of all, Chinese society, like many cultures in Asia, is influenced by Confucian ideas. One of these ideas is a sense of hierarchy and respect for authority. This includes respecting your elders, especially elder family members, but it also encourages people not to challenge those who have a higher station in life. This is often quoted as a partial explanation for the success of totalitarian regimes like the Chinese Communist government. Japan and South Korea are landscapes that have been shaped by conflict and ideology. They're both currently Western-style capitalist democracies. South Korea's main city, Seoul, has been thriving thanks to capitalism, but the path they took to get there was rocky. It all started with World War II. During World War II, Japan fought against the Allied powers, including the United States. When they lost the war, the Allies occupied Japan and all of its territories, including Korea. Unfortunately, the Allies contained two opposing ideologies, Communist Russia and the capitalist United States. The North was controlled by Communist Russia, and so later became a communist dictatorship. The South was controlled by the United States, and so it isn't too surprising that they became a capitalist democracy. The two powers used the area as a battleground for their ideologies. The location was strategic, controlling routes through the Sea of Japan and access to Chinese ports. The land also made the Korean War that followed messy and difficult. It was virtually impossible to outflank your foe in the heavy forests and thin valleys. But it could also be said that Korea was mostly in the wrong place at the wrong time. Korea's physical geography only had a minor effect on its political geography. Political geography is the study of governments and countries and their relationships, both with other governments and with their citizens. East Asia is an area that contains 4 countries, Japan, China, North Korea and South Korea. Each of these countries is quite different politically. China and North Korea are both communist countries, with regimes that control the economy. China is one of the most successful, powerful and richest countries in the world, although many of their rural citizens benefit little from this. China is huge and its borders are limited mostly by the oceans on one side and the Himalayan mountains on the others. Why is China so successful? One factor is the fact that China still has a market economy that operates in its major cities. It still trades with the rest of the world in a capitalist way. But perhaps more importantly, China is a country that is rich in natural resources, from coal, oil and gas, to precious metals, to fresh water and natural beauty to attract tourists. There is very little that China lacks. So that means it doesn't have to rely on the rest of the world in the same way that other countries do. North Korea, on the other hand, lacks many of these resources. Due to the way North Korea treats its citizens, and its threatening posture with other countries, particularly the United States, sanctions have been placed on the country that make it hard for it to trade. And this has a huge impact on the standard of living in the country. Many societies in East Asia are influenced by Confucian ideas. One of these ideas is a sense of hierarchy and respect for authority. This includes respecting your elders, especially elder family members, but it also encourages people not to challenge those who have a higher station in life. Perhaps this is why the governments of China and North Korea are largely accepted by their citizens. Japan and South Korea are Western-style capitalist democracies. Both areas were owned by Japan during World War II, and then taken by the Allies. This Allied influence led them to become capitalist democracies. Climate isn't about the tiny. Climate is huge, not just in importance, but in scale. Climate is the average or general weather conditions of a large area taken over a long period of time. A large scale in area and a large scale in time. Having a particularly cold winter, for example, tells you absolutely nothing about climate change. To look at climate, you need many years of data. Climate varies a lot from location to location, and the climate of Asia is like a Jackson Pollock painting. Just take a look at this climate map. On this full detail map, there are around 25 different types of climate, more than any other continent on Earth. However, we can simplify this a bit. A lot of the climates are variations on a theme, and some of them are found in such small areas that it hardly seems worth talking about. On a simplified, more general map, you can narrow it down to 10 main climates in Asia as a whole, and 5 climate types in East Asia, the areas usually considered to include China, Japan, North Korea, and South Korea. So let's take a look at each part of East Asia in turn, and discuss the climates found there. Japan and the Koreas have similar climate patterns. They are both mostly surrounded by water, Japan completely, and contain 2 main climates, humid continental in the north and humid subtropical in the south. In the case of Japan, half the country is humid subtropical. Only the very southern part of South Korea has this climate. The 2 main factors that create this climate are the location close to the main continental landmass of Asia and the major oceanic currents that pass through the area. What does that mean? Well, humid subtropical climates are characterized by hot, humid summers and mild to cool winters. Humid continental climates, on the other hand, have large seasonal temperature differences, with warm to hot, humid summers and cold, wet winters. Basically, the climates are similar, but humid continental isn't as hot. In fact, winters can be downright cold in some places, especially in elevated, more mountainous areas of Japan. In general, Japan and the Koreas are wet areas with lots of rainfall. Eastern China is home to 3 main climates, a mix of semi-arid and humid continental climates in the north, and humid subtropical climate in the south. In the north, generally the eastmost areas are most likely to be humid continental, even areas along the coast, making the very name a bit of a misnomer. As you move west, you find semi-arid conditions along the borders with Mongolia. As mentioned previously, humid subtropical climates have hot, humid summers and mild to cool winters, and humid continental climates have large seasonal temperature differences with warm to hot, humid summers and cold, wet winters. Semi-arid conditions are defined by being very dry and can be either cold or hot, but not dry enough to meet the criteria for a desert. As you head into the mountains in the west, like everywhere in the world, things get drier. This is because by the time air has risen to the heights of the mountains, rain clouds have usually already formed. In the north, moving east causes semi-arid conditions to make way for full-on desert. In the south, you find highland, otherwise known as alpine climates, including the whole of Tibet. A desert or arid climate is a climate where precipitation is too low for any vegetation, except possibly a little shrub, to grow, but where it isn't cold enough to meet the criteria for a polar climate. Highland climates are cooler than nearby areas and are generally dry, though lower slopes can still be relatively wet. The climate of Asia is like a Jackson Pollock painting. There are around 25 different types of climate in Asia and at least 5 climate types in East Asia, more if you include every little pocket. East Asia covers China, Japan, North Korea and South Korea. Japan and the Koreas contain 2 main climates, humid continental in the north and humid subtropical in the south. The 2 main factors that create this climate are the location close to the main continental landmass of Asia and the major oceanic currents that pass through the area. Eastern Asia is home to 3 main climates. In the north you'll find a mix of semi-arid to the west and humid continental climates to the east. The south is largely humid subtropical. As you head into the mountains in the west, things get drier. In the north, moving west causes semi-arid conditions to make way for full-on desert. In the south, you find highland, otherwise known as alpine climates. Humid subtropical climates are characterized by hot, humid summers and mild to cool winters. Humid continental climates, on the other hand, have large seasonal temperature differences, with warm to hot humid summers and cold, wet winters. Semi-arid conditions are defined by being very dry and can be either hot or cold, but not dry enough to meet the criteria for a desert. A desert, or arid climate, is a climate where precipitation is too low for any vegetation, except possibly a little shrub, to grow, but where it isn't cold enough to meet the criteria for a polar climate. And highland climates are cooler than nearby areas and are generally dry. Those lower slopes can still be relatively wet. Today we're going to look at the various economies of East Asia. East Asia is an area usually considered to include China, Japan, North Korea and South Korea. Let's start with Japan. The economy of Japan is a free market capitalist economy similar to most Western countries. It's the third largest economy in the world, with a particularly strong car and electronics manufacturing industry. Like many developed economies, most of its gross domestic product, or GDP, comes from the service sector, 73%, with most of the rest being a combination of industry, 26%, and agriculture, 1%. Japan has little in the way of mining or other primary industry. The Japanese favour free trade and are part of many trade organisations, including the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, APEC, the World Trade Organization, WTO, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, the G20, and the G8. Japan's main exports are cars and machinery, semiconductors, for example, microchips, iron and steel products, auto parts, and plastics. They mostly export to China and the US, but also have significant exports to South Korea and many other countries. Japan's main imports are oil, gas, clothes, semiconductors, and coal. They mostly import from China, the United States, Australia, and Saudi Arabia. The economy of China is known as a socialist market economy, which involves a dominant state-owned sector operating in an open market economy. Despite criticisms of socialist economies in the West, China currently has the world's largest or second largest economy, depending on what measure you use. It's also the fastest growing economy in the world. Unlike many Western countries, less than half their GDP is based in the service sector. Services account for 48% of GDP, followed by industry at 43% and agriculture at 9% as of 2014. Much of the 43% for industry is manufacturing. China is the biggest manufacturing economy in the world. China is also part of the WTO, APEC and the G20. China has the greatest value of exports of any nation on earth. China's main exports are machinery, including electrical equipment, apparel, textiles, iron, steel, optical and medical equipment. This is mostly exported to the US, Hong Kong, Japan and South Korea, but Chinese exports travel across the globe. China is also the second largest importer, and so isn't as export biased as people imagine. China's main imports are machinery, including electrical, oil, optical and medical equipment, ores, plastics and chemicals. They import from a mix of countries, but especially South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, the United States, Australia and Germany. The economy of North Korea is a command economy, or an economy where production, investment, prices and incomes are all determined by a central government. Another way of wording this is to say that the economy is centrally planned and doesn't rely on the market to spread money and goods around. With less support from other communist countries, it's been difficult for North Korea to maintain a successful economy, and it's therefore one of the poorest countries in the world. Though it's hard to make estimates because so little information about the economy is known, and the currency of North Korea is not exchangeable. By sector, the North Korea economy is far more mixed than most. Based on 2013 estimates, mining and industry account for 37% of GDP, 34% is services, 22% is agriculture and fishing, and 8% is from construction. North Korea is not a member of any formal trade organizations. Their main exports are minerals, metal products, textiles, agricultural products, and mined raw materials. These go almost exclusively to China and South Korea. Their main imports are oil, coal, machinery, textiles and grain, which are also imported almost exclusively from China and South Korea, though 4% comes from the EU. The South Korean economy has been extremely successful in recent years and is a free market economy like many Western countries. It's the 13th largest economy in the world by GDP. That GDP is split between services at 58%, industry at 39%, and agriculture at 2.5%. They are part of many trade organizations, including APEC, the WTO, OECD, and the G20. Much of South Korea's growth can be attributed to a mixture of free market reforms and the high value and investment put into education. Strong education has led to a boom in high-tech industry and rapid economic growth. South Korea's main exports are semiconductors, like microchips, telecommunications, cars, computers, and steel. These are mostly exported to China, the United States, and Japan. Their main imports are machinery, electronics, oil, steel, transport equipment, chemicals, and plastic. These come from a mix of countries, but especially China, Japan, the US, and Saudi Arabia. The economies of Japan and South Korea are Western-style free market capitalist economies. The economy of China is known as a socialist market economy, which involves a dominant state-owned sector operating in an open market economy. The economy of North Korea is a command economy, or an economy where the production, investment, prices and incomes are all determined by a central government. Another way of wording this is to say that the economy is centrally planned and doesn't rely on the market to spread money and goods around. China is either the largest or second largest economy in the world. Japan is the third largest economy in the world, South Korea is the 13th largest, and North Korea is one of the poorest nations in the world. Japan, South Korea and China's GDP is mostly from the service sector, though China also has a lot of manufacturing. North Korea has a mix of services, mining, agriculture and fishing. All the countries of East Asia have a lot of imports and exports, even North Korea, despite being relatively cut off from the rest of the world. But China remains the largest export economy in the world, and North Korea mostly trades with China and South Korea. Today we're going to look at the natural resources of East Asia, and how they cause people, products and capital to move. China, North Korea, South Korea and Japan are all part of East Asia, and those countries all contain natural resources. Natural resources are materials provided by the earth itself that can be exploited by humans. This isn't just things like oil, silver and gold, it also includes fertile land for farming and natural beauty for tourism. Anything that's a natural part of the land. What movement results from these natural resources? Well, where there are resources, products can be made. Sometimes those products are exported in their raw form, and sometimes they're manufactured into products, and those products are exported. Where resources and products move, so does capital. When people buy products from abroad, capital is transferred from country to country. Where products move, capital moves in the opposite direction. But there's also investment from outside each country. Let's look at the resources of each country of East Asia in turn. China is an enormous country. Only the United States, Canada and Russia are bigger by land area, so it probably isn't surprising that it also has some incredible natural resources, and what's more, it has the largest population in the world ready to take advantage of those resources. China's land itself is a natural resource, though maybe not as much as you would think. Per person there isn't that much land after all, and much of the land is mountainous and not as useful. The amount of farmland is surprisingly little considering how large the country is. However, China does have plenty of other resources. It has 175 million hectares of forest, lots of water, with more rivers and lakes than most places in the world, beautiful natural scenery and wildlife that can be used to promote tourism, as well as a ton of oil, natural gas, coal, uranium and other metals. Coal is probably the most significant natural resource that China has, and the country has been exploiting it to its fullest in recent years. China also has the world's largest hydroelectric power potential. Japan is rather like the polar opposite of China when it comes to natural resources. They hardly have any. This is particularly true of fossil fuels like oil, coal and natural gas. One thing Japan does have, however, is hydroelectric potential. Japan doesn't even have many metals. What copper, iron and lead it once had has been mostly used up. Where Japan does have resources, like forests and fish, demand in the country is high, and there isn't quite enough to drive strong exports. Japan does also have a highly fertile land and produces large amounts of agricultural products per acre. Japan is more about non-natural resources though: electronics, high-skilled work and professional services. South Korea is similarly sparse in resources, though they have some of the largest graphite and tungsten supplies in the world. The land is highly fertile, but this natural resource is not being used to its potential since few people these days want to go into farming. Instead, heavy and high-tech industry, along with services, are most important to the economy. North Korea has natural resources like marble, granite, coal, iron ore, gold and rare earths. Some believe that North Korea may have as much as 2/3 of the world's supply of rare earths. However, it's hard for them to use those resources, since sanctions against their oppressive regime prevent them from exporting to most countries, and they lack the infrastructure needed to fully take advantage of them. There are huge movements of products out of China, thanks mostly to their natural resources and the things they manufacture with them. China is the biggest exporter of merchandise by dollar value in the whole world. The entire European Union combined doesn't even beat them. This is a huge movement of products, and the profits from those exports allow them to import more high-tech and advanced products from elsewhere. China is a booming economy, driven by its exports of natural resources and their products, and this makes people want to invest capital in the country and start businesses there. This transfer of capital is huge and significant, and where businesses are set up and move from place to place, so do people. People move to start those businesses, seeing great opportunities to make money, and people move to work for those businesses. Japan might not have natural resources to export, but natural resources still have a huge impact on the movement of products, because if they don't have the resources themselves, those resources have to be imported. Japan is a highly developed country, and so its people demand all kinds of things that have to be brought into the country. The same is true of South Korea. Japan and South Korea also have a lot of capital moving into their countries, though in their case it's less about natural resources and more about high-tech industry and services. But capital also leaves those countries so that they can import all the resources they lack. North Korea, on the other hand, stimulates very little movement of resources. Most of what they do export goes to China, and their exports are hugely limited by sanctions placed on their country. There's also little movement of capital or people. It's a closed country, meaning it's extremely difficult to either move there or to move away for better opportunities, let alone to start businesses. The state owns the means of production. It's an oppressive regime, and movement of any kind is discouraged. China, North Korea, South Korea and Japan are all part of East Asia. Natural resources are materials provided by the earth itself that can be exploited by humans. This includes coal, oil, fertile land for farming, and natural beauty for tourism. China is an enormous country with abundant natural resources. China has lots of forests, water, beautiful natural scenery for tourism, and plenty of oil, natural gas, coal, uranium and other metals. Coal is probably the most significant natural resource, but China also has the world's largest hydroelectric power potential. Japan has hardly any natural resources. They do have hydroelectric potential, forests and fish, but demand in the country is higher than supply, so they have to import even more. One of their saving graces is that their land is extremely fertile and produces a lot per acre, but their economy is mostly driven on things other than natural resources. South Korea is similarly lacking in resources, though they have lots of graphite and tungsten. North Korea has natural resources like marble, granite, iron ore, coal, gold, and the world's largest supply of rare earths. But due to sanctions, they can only export to a couple of countries, including China. When it comes to movement, many of these resources and their products are exported. China, for example, is the biggest exporter of merchandise by dollar value in the world. Japan might not have natural resources to export, but this lack of natural resources also causes the movement of products, because they have to import a lot of stuff. The same is true of South Korea. North Korea has very little movement of resources because of sanctions. If resources are moving, then capital and people naturally move with it. When you buy a product from China, you're transferring capital there. And when a company invests in China, the same is true. People and their business capital will even move to places like China to set up new operations and make money. And where capital goes, workers tend to follow. Climate varies a lot from place to place, and Asia has the most varied climate in the world. Asia as a whole has at least 10 main climate types, and there are 5 climate types even in East Asia alone. East Asia is a part of the continent of Asia, usually considered to include China, Japan, North Korea and South Korea. Thanks to evolution, plants and animals learn to adapt to their climate, and so even in East Asia, the flora and fauna are different in the various climatic regions. This gives East Asia an unusually varied array of plants and animals which isn't seen anywhere else outside of the tropics. In China, in particular, you find climate zones side by side in combinations that are hard to find elsewhere. This has created some truly unusual species. Outside of the tropics, China is the most biologically diverse country in the world. China contains approximately 4,900 species of fish, 1,300 bird species, 550 mammal species, 400 reptile species, and 350 amphibian species. However, humans and animals are constantly affecting each other, and 840 species are threatened. The giant panda has become a symbol of China's animal life thanks to its beauty and the fact that it's under threat. They are found in south-central China on the slopes of temperate mountains covered with bamboo forests. However, China is also home to brown bears, black bears, and many other mammal species. China also has gibbons, macaques, tigers, leopards, wolves, foxes, deer, a few elephants, and smaller mammals like mongoose, otter, badger, weasel, wolverine and bats. Particularly rare are golden monkeys, Chinese alligators which only reach a length of 6 feet, white-flagged dolphins, one of the few freshwater dolphins on the planet, and red-crowned crane, which live an astonishing 70 years and are a symbol of longevity. Japan has around 130 species of mammal, including bears, martens, wildcats, deer and foxes, 600 species of birds, many shared with China, 73 species of reptiles, half of which are only found in Japan, especially snakes and turtles, 40 species of amphibians, the Japanese giant salamander is the largest in the world, and over 3,000 types of fish. Less detail is known about the animals in the Korean peninsula, but many of the species we do know about are also found in China. The Koreas are particularly abundant in birds and contain around 515 different species. The flora of China is diverse and not especially well catalogued compared to some parts of the world, but we believe there are 32,000 species of plants, including 2,800 tree species, especially cypress, fir and larch, many species of which are only found in China. The metasequoia tree, in particular, is one of the rarest and oldest plants in the world. The golden larch is another rare species found in the Yangtze River Valley. But there are plants of almost every type found in the Northern Hemisphere present in China. The peony is one of the national flowers of China. Japan is home to at least 5,000 species of plant, many found only in Japan. The plant life varies by climate conditions. The coniferous forest in the north contains very different species to the subtropical forest in the south. In the south you'll find mangroves and ferns, and in the north you'll find evergreen trees, beech trees and oak trees. Conifers are found in the mountains, and bamboo is found everywhere. While Japan doesn't have an official national flower, many people suggest the chrysanthemum, which was associated with the Japanese emperor, or the sakura, or cherry blossom. The Korean peninsula is home to a varied mix of trees, deciduous, coniferous and fruit trees. These include birch, maple, oak, poplar, ash and elm, as well as apple trees, beech, plum and apricot. Evergreens are found more in upland areas, whereas fruit trees can be found along the southern coast. Hibiscus syriacus is considered to be the national flower of South Korea. East Asia has many climates, and this gives the area a particularly varied array of plants and animals. Outside of the tropics, China, for example, is the most biologically diverse country in the world. China contains approximately 4,900 species of fish, 1,300 bird species, 550 mammal species, 400 reptile species, and 350 amphibians. The beautiful giant panda has become the symbol of China's animal life. Other rare and unique species include golden monkeys, Chinese alligators, white-flagged dolphins, and red-crowned crane. Japan has around 130 species of mammal, including bears, martens, wildcats, deer and foxes, 600 species of birds, many shared with China, 73 species of reptiles, half of which are only found in Japan, especially snakes and turtles, 40 species of amphibians, the Japanese giant salamander is the largest in the world, and over 3,000 types of fish. We believe that China is home to approximately 32,000 species of plants, including 2,800 tree species. The meted sequoia tree is one of the rarest and oldest plants in the world. The golden larch is another rare species, found in the Yangtze River Valley. But there are plants of almost every type found in the Northern Hemisphere present in China. The peony is one of the national flowers of China. Japan is home to at least 5,000 species of plants, many found only in Japan. The plant life varies by climate condition. In the subtropical south, you'll find mangroves and ferns, and in the coniferous north, you'll find evergreen trees, beech trees, and oak trees. Conifers are found in the mountains, and bamboo is found everywhere. While Japan doesn't have an official national flower, many people suggest the chrysanthemum, which is associated with the Japanese emperor, or the sakura or cherry blossom. The Korean peninsula is home to a varied mix of trees, deciduous, coniferous, and fruit trees. These include birch, maple, oak, poplar, ash, and elm, as well as apple trees, peach, plum, and apricot. Evergreens are found more in upland areas, whereas fruit trees can be found along the southern coasts. Hibiscus syriacus is considered to be the national flower of South Korea. East Asian cultures do have influence on each other. Their languages and alphabets have great similarities and similar roots, for example. But it would be ridiculous to suggest that the cultures of East Asia are the same. On the contrary, they're very different. East Asia is an area that usually is considered to include China, Japan, North Korea, and South Korea. These countries have overlapping ethnic heritages, if you go back far enough, but their countries are drastically different. One look at their political and economic systems tells you that. Japan is a capitalist democracy, very much modelled on Western democracies like the United States. China is a communist dictatorship, yet it has city areas where free market ideals have been adopted. South Korea has, since the Korean War, thrived as another Western-style democracy and economy, yet remains much poorer than Japan. And North Korea is probably the most extreme communist regime in the world, with no capitalist structures and closed doors to the world. While culturally they may have some things in common, life in these countries is drastically different from one another. Today we'll go over each and talk a little about what life there is like. Life in Japan has the most in common with the Western world. They operate a capitalist economy that is highly successful. They have the third largest GDP, or gross domestic product, in the world. And they are a democratic country that ranks highly in political freedoms. But culturally, there are some differences. Japanese culture is very much focused on outward appearances and social mores. There are specific ways to behave in public with formal situations that are quite different to private, informal settings. Breaking from the norms in these public situations is not generally accepted, particularly in business. Everything from who shakes whose hand to the position and posture in which you stand is important. There's a reason that Japanese business suits have become a stereotype. A lot of this comes from their ritualistic history. Social station is a big part of how Japanese life is organized. The Japanese are acutely aware of the ages of those around them. Age determines who sits where in a classroom, in what order people are served, and the appropriate way to address people. Different for those older and younger than you. Every relationship has to establish an inferior and superior partner, and the inferior must put aside their own needs and opinions, otherwise it denotes a great disrespect towards the superior. There is also a lot of focus on the needs of the group and the needs of society. It's much less individualistic a culture than many more Western countries. China is a proud country with a 5,000-year-old history. In recent times, it's become the fastest growing economy in the world, thanks to the acceptance of capitalist structures in city life. These benefits are starting to spread to other parts of the country, but the process is slow. Life in China still varies a lot depending on where you live. There is rich westernized life in the large cities and pockets of abject poverty in more rural farming-oriented areas. Having the largest population in the world, China is densely populated and heavily congested in places. Living in the city means getting used to less personal space. Driving is highly dangerous in major cities and the leading cause of death for everyone younger than 50. The primary religious beliefs are Taoism and Confucianism, and these philosophies have large impacts on wider Chinese culture. For example, education is highly valued, reflecting Confucianism, and heavy investments have been made into education in recent years. Buddhism is also significant and is reflected in a lot of Chinese art. Like Japan, the group and society as a whole is considered more important than the individual. This group mindset also explains why they live relatively comfortably in crowded conditions, sharing their homes with others. Family is also extremely important in China. Historically, parents chose the husbands and wives for their children, though this is starting to change. There are few freedoms provided by the government. Free speech and political freedom are extremely limited. Families are only allowed one child to control the population, and non-Chinese websites are blocked. The amount of control the government has over the life of everyday people might seem extreme, but it's nothing compared to North Korea. North Korea is a communist dictatorship, like China, but unlike China, it hasn't in any way embraced capitalist systems. The people of North Korea have little freedoms of any kind, little free speech, no freedom of the press, or freedom of religion. It's one of the most oppressive regimes in the world. In order to make their system work, they have to isolate themselves from the capitalist world. Because of this, our information about North Korea is limited. We do know that the people of North Korea have often suffered from malnutrition and poor living conditions, and they have been receiving international aid since 1995. Education takes students to a high level, but also indoctrinates children to revere their great leader. People are controlled to the point that only certain clothes can be worn in public. Fashion is limited to citizens' private lives. The government keeps strict control in city areas in particular, and people can get away with more in rural North Korea. And there are plenty of rules that are broken so often that nobody bothers to enforce them. When rules are enforced, officials can be placated with a well-placed bribe. Despite the militaristic image, the North Korean military is mostly used for building works in cities. Capitalist-style purchases and trading are common despite being frowned upon. Instead of selling a home, since you aren't allowed to own property, you simply complete complex home swaps with a cash payment on the side. Despite the stereotypes and public behavior, heavy drinking and parties with South Korean and Western music are common. Like China, Confucianism has a big impact on South Korean culture, including a lot of respect for age, social standing, and marital status. People believe that spirits stay with families for several generations, and so ancestors are honored regularly. Since the country was open to the West, there has been a lot of influence of Western ideals, especially those of the US. Traditional dress is worn on special occasions, but Western influence has had a huge effect on what people wear most of the time, especially in cities like Seoul. Arts, sports, and culture are not discouraged in South Korea the way they are in the North, and the level of freedom is high. Political freedom, freedom of the press, and personal freedom, though not as high as Japan. East Asia is an area usually considered to include China, Japan, North Korea, and South Korea. East Asian cultures have certain things in common. Their hierarchical structures, respect for authority, and standard ways to behave in public. They're also all relatively homogeneous cultures. They share language roots, verbal and written, and their cuisines have a lot in common. But beyond that, life in East Asian countries varies a lot. Japan is a Western-style democracy with a lot of freedoms for its citizens. Their ritualistic history means that they put a lot of emphasis on the way to behave in public and in business dealings. Age is taken into account in how you behave around people. There is a lot of focus on the needs of the group and the needs of society. It isn't a very individualistic culture. China has recently become the fastest growing economy in the world, thanks to its acceptance of capitalist structures in city life. Chinese life varies according to where you live. Rural areas are still poor and farming heavy, whereas cities are rich and westernized. China is heavily populated and congested, and personal space isn't common in cities. The primary religious beliefs of Taoism and Confucianism caused the Chinese to put a lot of investment and value into education. Buddhism is also significant and is reflected in a lot of Chinese art. Like Japan, the group and country is valued above the individual. Despite recent free market reforms, in the grand scheme of things, the government gives its citizens little freedom and control. Families are only allowed one child to control the population, and international websites are blocked. North Korea is a communist dictatorship, but with fewer capitalist structures than China. Because of this, it's all but closed its doors to the world. It's one of the most oppressive regimes operating today. Their people often suffer from malnutrition and poor living conditions, and the one thing that is accepted into the country regularly is international aid. Education takes students to a high level, but also indoctrinates children to revere their great leader. People are controlled to the point that only certain clothes can be worn in public. The many rules are often broken, however, and not always enforced. In private, North Koreans care about fashion, trade in capitalist ways, and throw parties with Western music, just like in other parts of the world. Like China, Confucianism has a big impact on South Korean culture, including a lot of respect for age, social standing, and marital status. People believe that spirits stay with families for several generations, and so ancestors are honored regularly. Since the doors to the West were opened, American culture has had a big impact on South Korea, from fashion, to fast food, to television, especially in cities like Seoul. While not as free as some countries, the level of freedom in South Korea is generally high. Russia is pretty well known in Western countries. Central Asia? Not so much. If you ask someone where is Central Asia, many people won't be able to answer. The center of Asia, it would seem when you look at a map, is pretty much just the west part of China and the surrounding Himalayas. But we do have a standard definition of Central Asia, which is 5 countries: Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Kazakhstan. If you look at this area, you might think that should be called West Asia, but nope, it's Central Asia, home to over 200 million people. Humans have been in Central Asia for tens of thousands of years, and so it shouldn't be surprising that they've left a lot of things behind. Those things are human characteristics, which are anything that impacts the surface of the Earth, that is caused directly by humans. Examples include roads, cities, power lines, railway tracks, canals, and dams. Some dams are natural, and we'll learn about both man-made and natural dams later in the lesson. Geography is concerned with the Earth and everything on its surface, and it's pretty clear that humans have had more impact on the landscape of the Earth than anything else. We've built incredible cities, changed the path of water across the Earth, pushed species of animals and plants to extinction, created gigantic explosions, and built millions of miles of tunnels. So let's talk about that most grand of human endeavors: cities. The cities of Russia and Central Asia are not as large as in other places. This is a fairly sparsely populated part of the world, with only a few truly huge ones. The biggest by far is Moscow, over here in Russia, at 12 million people as of 2013, followed by St. Petersburg, which is here, and has 5 million people. You then have to go all the way down to 2.2 million people in Tashkent, the biggest city in Uzbekistan, though that number is an estimate from 2009. Information about this part of the world can be patchy sometimes. Nevertheless, there are still a lot of cities in Central Asia and Russia, even if those cities are modern in size. Much of the rest of the population is in the countryside. Agriculture is a big deal in many of these places, and most of the land in Central Asia has been adapted by humans for that purpose. Aside from cities, Central Asia is also home to the second tallest man-made dam in the world, Nurek Dam in Tajikistan, which is about 980 feet high. Though this is one feature where physical characteristics are king, Tajikistan is also home to Usoy Dam, which is the highest natural dam in the world and the highest dam of any kind at 1,860 feet. A more dramatic and interesting human characteristic of Central Asia is Arakum, a man-made desert on what used to be the bed of the Aral Sea. In 1960, the Aral Sea was the 4th largest lake in the world, a tenth the size of California. Now, thanks to water moved for irrigation, mostly by the old Soviet Union, the lake has almost completely dried up. The area that was once the Aral Sea is now called Aralkum. This shows the huge power humans have to affect the Earth's landscape. While Russia and Central Asia might not be the most dramatic landscapes in the world, there are no shortages of mountains and valleys. Central Asia is on the western side of the Himalayan mountains, though many of the biggest mountains are in other parts of Asia. The tallest mountain of Central Asia is Yanish Peak in Kyrgyzstan at 24,406 feet. Also significant is the Kopet Dag Range, which lies on the border between Turkmenistan and Iran. Being quite a dry part of the world, Central Asia has its fair share of dusty canyons and valleys. The Fergana Valley is a place that is unusually fertile compared to the dry, dusty land that surrounds it, making it super important for agriculture. Much of these nutrients are supplied by the Narn and Karadarya rivers at the bottom. This huge 186-mile-long valley spans over 3 countries, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan. Have you ever visited the Grand Canyon in Arizona? It's pretty impressive, but did you know that Central Asia has its own Grand Canyon? It's called Sharon Canyon and is 96 miles long and up to 980 feet deep. It's located here in Kazakhstan. And then there's Russia. Russia has landforms aplenty all on its own. That could be a topic of an entirely separate video, but in terms of valleys, most famous is the Valley of Geysers, which is the second largest density of geysers in the world, after only Yellowstone National Park. The tallest mountain in Russia is Mount Elbrus, though this is in the far west of Russia near Europe. The west has many mountains, including the Caucasus in the southwest. The most important feature of Central Asia is probably lakes. This is made all the more important by the fact that there is so much desert in the area. We already mentioned the now practically non-existent Aral Sea, but there's one lake that's hard to imagine ever drying up, the Caspian Sea, which remains the largest lake in the world. It has a total of 143,200 square miles in size, and reaches up to about 3,360 feet in depth. It also borders on 3 of the countries we're looking at today, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan and Russia. The Caspian Sea contains fresh water in some parts and seawater in others, making it an important location for biological diversity. The desert that now lies where the Aral Sea was might be man-made, but there are also huge natural deserts in Central Asia. The largest is called the Kizilkum, meaning red sand, and is found in Uzbekistan. It's the 11th largest desert in the world. Central Asia and Russia contains a total of 6 countries: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan and Russia. Physical characteristics are natural features of the Earth's surface, like valleys, mountains, rivers, lakes and coastlines. And human characteristics are human features of the Earth's surface, like cities, roads, dams and canals. The cities of Russia and Central Asia are not as large as in other parts of the world, since most people are farmers living in the country. The biggest are Moscow and St. Petersburg in Russia, followed by Tashkent in Uzbekistan. Another major human characteristic of Central Asia is the desert of Aralkum. The Aral Sea was once the 4th largest lake in the world, but is now mostly dried up thanks to human activities, and is a desert. Central Asia is on the western side of the Himalayan mountains. The tallest mountain in Central Asia is Yanish Peak in Kyrgyzstan, and the tallest mountain in Russia is Mount Elbrus. The Caspian Sea, which is the largest lake in the world, has its banks in Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan and Russia, as well as other non-Central Asian countries. Other notable physical features of Central Asia are the Fergana Valley, which is a fertile valley, the Sharon Canyon, which is called the Grand Canyon of Central Asia, and the Valley of Geysers in Russia, which has the 2nd largest density of geysers in the world. A landform is any natural feature of the Earth's surface, so anything on the Earth's surface that isn't made by humans could be considered a landform, but especially coastlines, rivers, lakes, mountains, canyons and valleys. Topographical maps show many landforms, especially when they include rivers. Today we're going to look at the landforms of Central Asia and Russia. But what exactly is that area? Well, Central Asia and Russia contains a total of 6 countries: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. It wouldn't be possible to talk about all the landforms from this area in a single lesson, so instead we'll focus on the most important ones, the largest, the longest, and the deepest. Central Asia and Russia has no shortage of impressive mountains, since it borders on the western and northern Himalayas, and the Himalaya mountain range is the largest in the world. But it also happens that most of the largest Himalayan mountains are in South or East Asia. The biggest mountain in Central Asia is Yenish Peak in Kyrgyzstan at 24,406 feet, and the tallest mountain in Asia and Russia is Daiktor at 17,077 feet. Both of these mountains are part of the Himalayas. However, if you include the part of Russia that is in Europe, the tallest mountain is Mount Elbrus, with its highest point at 18,510 feet. One of the most famous valleys in Central Asia is the Fergana Valley, which crosses Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. The region is unusually fertile for such a dry part of the world, thanks to the presence of the Narn and Kara Dari rivers. The valley is 186 miles long and is home to 14 million people, and the area has been a location of ethnic conflict historically. Russia is also well known for the Valley of Geysers, which has the second largest density of geysers in the world, containing 90 geysers over a length of 3.7 miles. The Sharon Canyon is often described as the Grand Canyon of Central Asia. It's located in Kazakhstan and it's 96 miles long and 980 feet deep in places. The longest river in Central Asia is the Syra Darya, which runs through Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and Kazakhstan. It starts in the Fergana Valley and flows northwest until it reaches the Aral Sea, and has a total length of 1,876 miles, including the length of the Narn River that comes before it. But the rivers of Central Asia are eclipsed by those of Russia. The longest river in Russia is the Yenisei and Gara Selenge rivers that come one after another for a combined total length of 3,441 miles. This is followed by Ob and Irtysh rivers, which total 3,361 miles. The longest single-name river is probably the Lena River, which is 2,734 miles long. The largest lake in Central Asia is so large that it covers several countries and also happens to be the largest lake in the world. It's so large that it's named a sea. The Caspian Sea has a total area of 143,200 square miles and a maximum depth of 3,360 feet. It's in Russia, Kazakhstan, and Turkmenistan, not to mention Iran and Azerbaijan, though these latter two countries are not in Central Asia. The Caspian Sea is unusual in that it's both a freshwater lake and a saltwater lake. It has 1/3 the saltiness of regular seawater, and the northern parts are entirely freshwater. You could argue that this makes it both the largest saltwater lake in the world and the largest freshwater lake. A landform is any natural feature of the Earth's surface. Central Asia and Russia contains a total of 6 countries: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. These 6 countries have plenty of mountains since they are located on the west and north edges of the Himalayas. The tallest mountain in Central Asia is Yenish Peak, 24,406 feet, in Kyrgyzstan. The tallest in Asia and Russia is Daiktar, 17,077 feet, and the tallest in Western European Russia is Mount Elbrus, 18,510 feet. The best-known valley in Central Asia is Fergana Valley in Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan. Russia also has the Valley of Geysers, famous for the second highest density of geysers in the world. The Sharon Canyon is a particularly large canyon found in Kazakhstan. It's 96 miles long and up to 980 feet deep. The longest river in Central Asia is the Syra Darya, which runs through Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and Kazakhstan. It starts in Fergana Valley and flows northwest until it reaches the Aral Sea, and has a total length of 1,876 miles, including the Narn River. The longest in Russia are the Yenisei and Gara Selenge rivers that come one after another for a total combined length of 3,441 miles. Central Asia's largest lake is also the largest lake in Russia and also the largest lake in the world. It's called the Caspian Sea and has a surface area of 143,200 square miles. It's in Russia, Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan, and contains both freshwater and saltwater parts. Though there are many excuses people have to disqualify it, most people consider it to be comfortably the largest lake in the world. Human migration is the seasonal or long-term movement of humans from one area of the Earth to another. But why do people do this? Isn't it all nice and cozy right where you are? Well, I guess that depends where you are. People don't usually move just because they feel like it. It's usually for practical reasons. To get married, to escape persecution or a natural disaster, to find work, or to better one's education. Today we're going to discuss the migration patterns of the countries of Central Asia and Russia. What are those countries? The area of Central Asia and Russia contains a total of 6 countries: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. Immigration from abroad is a big deal in Russia. According to 2013 UN estimates, Russia was the second largest receiver of immigrants that year, second only to the United States. Russia's population is aging and many areas have high mortality rates. This has kept the demand for labour high, and immigrants have been flocking to the country ever since the fall of the Soviet Union. Russia, after all, has much higher wages than most countries in the world. Many of these immigrants come from former Soviet countries or allies that offer fewer opportunities. But there are also refugees and asylum seekers from war-torn countries. During the days of the Soviet Union, the government restricted residency permits, which meant that not many people moved from rural areas to cities like Moscow and St. Petersburg. But many of these restrictions were relaxed in 2006, and there is now much more internal migration, mostly from the center of Russia towards the west and south edges. Kazakhstan has a relatively open-door policy when it comes to migration from other countries. The government actively encourages legal immigration, because workers are very much in need. Kazakhstan also has abundant oil reserves and fertile land, as well as a booming construction industry, and average incomes are much higher than elsewhere in Central Asia. All these factors have made it an attractive place for people to move from other, poorer parts of Central Asia. In fact, Kazakhstan is seeing a positive net migration of people into the country. The most common source countries are Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan, and many people even cross the border just to work, returning to their homes abroad in the evenings. Internal migration within Kazakhstan is mostly from rural areas to urban areas, as more and more people have given up their nomadic herding lifestyles. The cities of Kazakhstan have grown rapidly. The general trend has been away from the east and north and towards the south and west. Migration patterns in Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan are largely out of the country. Each of these countries struggles for various reasons: corruption and lack of resources in Kyrgyzstan, drought and famine in Turkmenistan and Tajikistan, and a controlling and oppressive regime in Uzbekistan. Also, pay rates are lower in these countries, and unemployment is high. Moving to other countries might not lead to an easy life, but it certainly tends to lead to a better one than staying in rural parts of these countries. People move for various reasons: to support their families, put children through school, or build homes. Few people really want to leave their families, but they do out of necessity. Many people from these countries move to Kazakhstan or Russia for several reasons. First, both of these countries enjoy a higher standard of living. They're also conveniently located. But more importantly, there are strong cultural ties. Kazakhstan has a large Islamic population, like other Central European countries, and they all had good relations with the Soviet Union, even though Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan were officially neutral. Both Kazakhstan and Russia have large ethnically Russian and Russian-speaking populations as well. Because of these ties, you don't need a visa to move between the countries, and this causes a lot of immigration to Russia. Kazakhstan is also popular because of its open-door immigration policy, making it easier to move there than Russia. Human migration is the seasonal or long-term movement of humans from one area of the Earth to another. Central Asia and Russia contains a total of 6 countries: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. The Central Asian countries have large Russian populations and strong ties between them. Russia and Kazakhstan are successful countries, and both are seeing a lot of immigration. Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan are poorer, less successful countries, and they have more emigration out of their countries. People move to both Russia and Kazakhstan for work because the average income is much higher and unemployment much lower. According to 2013 UN estimates, Russia was the second largest receiver of immigrants that year, second only to the United States. Russia's aging population and high mortality rates have kept the demand for labour high, and immigrants have been flocking to the country ever since the fall of the Soviet Union. There is also now internal migration from rural areas to cities like Moscow and St. Petersburg, from the centre to the south and west, which was previously limited by strict government policies. Kazakhstan has had a relatively open-door policy when it comes to migration from other countries. The government actively encourages legal immigration because workers are very much in need. Since it's easier to move there than Russia, Kazakhstan is an attractive destination for workers from other Central Asian countries. Kazakhstan also has abundant oil reserves, fertile land and a booming construction industry, and average incomes are much higher than elsewhere in Central Asia. Internal migration in Kazakhstan is mostly from rural to urban areas. As more and more people give up their nomadic, herding lifestyles, the cities of Kazakhstan continue to grow rapidly. Demographics are numbers that tell you things about the people of an area and how they break down into groups. People love to put themselves in boxes. People have religions, ethnic heritages, nationalities, socioeconomic classes, political views and many other things. The way these various boxes break down numerically is what we mean when we use the word demographics. Today we're focusing on the demographics of Central Asia and Russia. We'll break it down country by country, starting with Russia and continuing on to Central Asia, which includes Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan and Tajikistan. Russia contains approximately 146 million people, the most populous country in Central Asia. When it comes to numbers, Russia isn't especially ethnically diverse, with 81% considering themselves to be ethnically Russian according to a 2010 census. But nevertheless, in such a large area, it shouldn't be surprising that there's still a lot of ethnic groups, around 190 in total. The second largest group after Russians were Tatars at 4%. So how about languages? Languages and ethnicities are related, but not always the same, so it's worth taking a look. While there are 100 languages spoken in Russia, 99% of the population speak Russian, and 80% of foreign language speakers speak English. Many of the smaller languages are considered endangered. When it comes to religion, it's pretty much Russia versus all the other countries. Russia is alone in being mostly Christian. Around 47% of Russians are Christian, with the majority of those being Russian Orthodox. This is followed by people who are spiritual but not religious at 25%, and atheists and non-religious people at 13%. Muslims only account for 6.5%, which is kind of a big deal, not because it's particularly surprising, but because of how different this is to the other countries we'll be talking about. Kazakhstan is home to 17 million people, tiny compared to Russia, but not an insignificant number. Kazakhstan is more mixed ethnically, with 63% Kazakh, 24% Russian, and a mix of other ethnicities as of 2009. The people of Kazakhstan mostly speak Kazakh and Russian. Considering Russia and Kazakhstan are neighbours, this probably isn't too surprising. All of the so-called stans are primarily Muslim countries, but Kazakhstan is by far the most religiously diverse, with only 70% Muslim. The rest are mostly Russian Orthodox. There's the Russian influence again. Uzbekistan is the most populated country in Central Asia at 29 million. By comparison, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan and Kyrgyzstan are all under 10 million. Uzbekistan is mostly ethnically Uzbek at 80%, with small percentages of various other groups. Turkmenistan is mostly Turkmens, with some Uzbeks and Russians. Tajikistan is mostly Tajiks, with a full 14% who identify as Uzbeks. And Kyrgyzstan is mostly Kyrgyz, 73% as of 2014, with most of the rest being Uzbeks and Russians. The overall theme is that Uzbeks and Russians are spread throughout the area, but each country has its main ethnic group at the top of the list. How about languages? Well, the people of Uzbekistan speak mostly Uzbek and Russian. The people of Kyrgyzstan speak mostly Kyrgyz, Uzbek and Russian. The people of Turkmenistan speak mostly Turkmen, Uzbek and Russian. And the people of Tajikistan speak mostly Tajik, Uzbek and Russian. You notice the pattern, right? In all of Central Asia, Russian is a particularly common language in government because of its importance to international relations and trade, and is an official language in several countries. Not counting Kazakhstan, none of the countries of Central Asia have much religious diversity. Uzbekistan, Tajikistan and Turkmenistan are all around 90% Muslim, and Kyrgyzstan is close behind on 75%. Demographics are numbers that tell you about the people of an area and how they break down into groups. Central Asia contains 5 countries: Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan and Turkmenistan. The area contains approximately 211 million people in total as of 2014, most of which is Russia, 146 million. Russia isn't especially ethnically diverse, with 81% considering themselves to be ethnically Russian, according to the 2010 census. But there are still 190 ethnic groups in total. Kazakhstan is more mixed, with 63% Kazakh, 24% Russian, and a mix of other ethnicities as of 2009. Uzbekistan is mostly Uzbek, at 80%, with small percentages of other groups. The other countries have mostly their own ethnicities, with sprinklings of Uzbeks and Russians. Languages are a similar story. Most people in Kazakhstan speak Kazakh, most people in Turkmenistan speak Turkmen, and so on. But Uzbek and Russian are spoken all over Central Asia. When it comes to religion, Russia and all the other countries are quite different. Russia is alone in being mostly Christian at 47%, most of these being Russian Orthodox. All of the so-called stans are primarily Muslim countries. Uzbekistan, Tajikistan and Turkmenistan are all around 90% Muslim, Kyrgyzstan is close behind at 75%, and Kazakhstan is 70% Muslim. Christianity comes second in all of these countries, and is mostly Russian or otherwise Eastern Orthodox. But regardless, there is clearly little religious diversity in the area. Central Asia and Russia contains a total of 6 countries: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan. Each of these countries has its own culture, but they're very much related. Central Asia was, after all, once part of the Soviet Union. The Central Asian countries also share their religion, Islam. Central Asia is where Middle Eastern Islamic culture meets Russian Soviet culture. The countries of Central Asia were once the center of multiple nomadic empires and tribes, including the Scythians, Mongols and Turks. This had a big influence on the traditions and cultures of many Central Asian countries to this day. This is especially true in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, which contain huge green plains and pastures that are populated by nomadic groups even now. Many people in Kazakhstan live in traditional movable houses called yurts, which are covered in Turkish felt. Across many of the Central Asian countries, horseback riding competitions and sports are popular, which reflects the tradition of nomadic herding. A strong respect for elders is also common across Russia and Central Asia. The influence of the Soviet Union and Russia is a major factor in Central Asian culture. Russian is spoken in all of the countries of Central Asia. People put a lot of emphasis and value on family and the homeland. These values are a direct result of the 70 years that the Communist Party ruled Russia. Under Soviet rule, people became dependent on the sharing of resources among family members, and this meant that a strong extended family was valuable. While strictly speaking, Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan didn't take Russia's side during the Cold War, there's still a lot of Russian influence in these countries. Religion is a big deal in most places, but this is especially true in Russia and Central Asia. The culture of the area cannot be separated from religious beliefs and practices, especially in Central Asia. The most significant religion in Central Asia by far is Islam. Uzbekistan, Tajikistan and Turkmenistan are all 90% Muslim, and Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan aren't far behind. Russia, on the other hand, is 47% Christian and mostly Russian Orthodox, which is the single largest group. Considering how Russia has influenced Central Asia, it's no surprise that Russian Orthodox is second to Islam in every country. The closer you get to Russia, the more Russian Orthodox people you find. In Kazakhstan, for example, a full 24% are Orthodox Christians, and only 70% are Muslim. But what does this mean for everyday life? How does Islam really influence Central Asian culture? That depends a little on the political situation in each country. Uzbekistan, for example, is mostly a totalitarian regime, and it isn't easy to be of any religion other than Islam. Islamic law and regular law are combined together, and the daily cycle of prayer 5 times a day is simply a part of life. Islam also affects what you eat. Alcohol isn't allowed. Meat must be prepared in a certain way to conform to Islamic law, and pork isn't eaten at all. This is in contrast to Russian culture, where pork is eaten and vodka is popular, and no, this isn't just a stereotype. Generally, the further south you go, Arab and Islamic culture is dominant compared to Russian. For example, some people in Tajikistan even speak Iranian. But wherever you are, there is a respect for elders, family, and the collective good. Russia's influence goes far. Central Asia and Russia as a whole is relatively ethnically diverse. This even causes some conflict in Central Asian countries, and it's got to the point that many Russians have left Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, afraid of violence and Islamic extremism. But Russia itself is much less diverse. 81% describe themselves as ethnically Russian as of 2010. Some of this is just the reality of the situation, and some is the influence of Soviet nationalism and the focus on the motherland. It might be surprising to learn that there are still 160 ethnic groups in Russia. Kazakhstan is the most mixed country in Central Asia, with only 63% identifying as Kazakh and 24% as Russian as of 2009. What about the other countries? Well, each country has their own ethnicity, which is by far the most common, but Uzbeks and Russians are found all over Central Asia. In terms of languages, Russians speak mostly Russian. When people do speak another language, it's almost always English. Just like with ethnicities, Central Asian countries have their own languages which are most common, but Uzbek and Russian are also spoken all over the area. Russia has many famous artists that are known around the world, from the Bolshoi Ballet to composers like Tchaikovsky and writers like Tolstoy. Ballet in particular is definitely more popular in Russia than most parts of the world. Russian nesting dolls give you a good idea of traditional Russian dress. Traditional food and drink that are popular in Russia include borscht, which is a beet, vegetable and meat soup, piroshki, which are baked buns filled with meat, cabbage or cheese, caviar, which are fish eggs, and vodka. Music in Central Asia followed the caravan routes, bringing the styles of South Asia, the Middle East and Europe into the region. Their art and music really is a mishmash of many styles. Even Tibetan-style chanting has influenced music there. Music isn't popular at all in Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan, since they are highly strict Muslim countries and music playing is contrary to Islamic teaching. Central Asian food is influenced by the nomads that lived there, who mostly lived on meat and milk from their herds, so it shouldn't be surprising that yogurt, cheese, steak and jerky are popular to this day. But they also tended to trade with China and India for flour to create flatbreads, so bread is a big part of the Central Asian diet. The cuisine was traditionally less varied in Russia because Russians farmed the land itself, whereas Central Asians were nomadic and tended not to stay in one area long enough to tend crops. Central Asia and Russia contain a total of 6 countries: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan. Each of these countries has its own culture, but they're very much related. They're related because of the history of nomadic lifestyles in the area and the influence of Russian culture, Soviet ideals, Islamic culture, and Arab culture, among others. Nomadic culture has especially influenced Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, which contain huge green plains and pastures still used by nomadic herders today. Some still live in traditional movable houses called yurts, and horseback riding competitions are popular. Russian and Soviet culture means that people across the area put a lot of value on family, on respect for elders, and on the homeland. Islamic culture is huge, since every Central Asian country is mostly Muslim. Uzbekistan, Tajikistan and Turkmenistan are all 90% Muslim, and Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan aren't far behind. Russia, on the other hand, is 47% Christian, and mostly Russian Orthodox, which is the single largest group. Russian Orthodox is second to Islam in every country. Islamic law and regular law are combined together in stricter countries like Uzbekistan, and the daily cycle of prayer 5 times a day is simply a part of life. In Islam, alcohol isn't allowed. Meat must be prepared a certain way to conform to Islamic law, and pork isn't eaten at all. Russian and Uzbek culture and languages are found all over Central Asia, but each country has its own language and ethnicity, which is most dominant. In Russia, the most common second language is by far English. Russia has many famous artists that are known around the world, from the Bolshoi Ballet to composers like Tchaikovsky and writers like Tolstoy. Music and art in Central Asia followed the caravan routes, creating a mishmash of many styles. Though music is restricted in the most orthodox Muslim countries since it goes against Islamic teachings. Central Asian food is influenced by the nomadic herders who live there. Yogurt, cheese, steak and jerky are popular to this day. Through trade, flour was brought to the area, making flatbreads a major part of traditional cuisine. Climate is the average or general weather conditions of an area, taken over a long period of time and measured over a large area. To really understand climate, you can't just look out your bedroom window. You need to take hard data over long periods of time and over a wide area. Asia as a whole has many climates. Just take a look at this map. A bit messy, isn't it? There are no less than 25 types of climates shown on this map, but some of these climates are quite similar to each other. So let's simplify this a bit. This simpler map breaks it down into 10 climates in all of Asia. And if we focus on the subject of today's lesson, Central Asia and Russia, we bring that number down to just 5 distinct climates. What are we looking at? Well, Central Asia and Russia covers 6 countries: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Russia. Now we're clear on that, let's take a closer look at the climates of Central Asia and Russia. Central Asia contains 2 main climates, and both of them are super dry. It contains semi-arid climates and desert climates. Semi-arid conditions are defined by being very dry and can be either cold or hot, but not dry enough to meet the criteria of a desert. A desert or arid climate is a climate where precipitation is too low for any vegetation except possibly a little shrub to grow, but where it isn't cold enough to meet the criteria for a polar climate. These are positioned in such a way that the very center and west of Central Asia is the driest region with the desert climate, and that area is surrounded by semi-arid areas. In terms of countries, deserts are found in western Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan, and southern Kazakhstan. Then semi-arid conditions are found in eastern Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan, most of Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, and northern and eastern Kazakhstan. The Russian part of Asia contains another 3 climates. The southwest, just north of Kazakhstan, contains a pocket of humid continental climate. The far north of Russia contains Arctic tundra, and most of the rest of Asian Russia is subarctic. It's like a sandwich, with tundra and humid continental climates as the bread and subarctic climate as the filling. Further west, this sandwich pattern continues all the way to Europe. What are those climates? Well, humid continental climates have large seasonal temperature differences, with warm to hot humid summers and cold wet winters. Subarctic conditions have long, very cold winters and short, mild summers, with or without low precipitation. Finally, tundra is cold all year round, with very little rainfall. Climate is the average or general weather conditions of an area, taken over a long period of time. Central Asia and Russia covers 6 countries: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Russia. Central Asia and Russia contain 5 distinct climate types. Central Asia contains 2 climates, semi-arid and desert. These are positioned in such a way that the very center and west of Central Asia is the driest region with a desert climate, and that area is surrounded by semi-arid areas on the northern, eastern, and southern sides. Russia contains 3 main climates, forming a sandwich of climates. The southwest of Asian Russia, continuing all the way to Europe, has a humid continental climate. The far north is Arctic tundra, and everything in between is subarctic. Now, to summarize what all those climates actually are, semi-arid conditions are defined by being very dry and can be either cold or hot, but not dry enough to meet the criteria for a desert. A desert or arid climate is a climate where precipitation is too low for any vegetation to grow, but where it isn't cold enough to meet the criteria for a polar climate. Humid continental climates have large seasonal temperature differences, with warm to hot, humid summers and cold, wet winters. Subarctic conditions have long, very cold winters and short, mild summers, with or without low precipitation. And tundra is cold all year round, with very little rainfall. Thanks to Russia's history as a superpower, when you think of big, important countries, it's one of the first that comes to mind. But by comparison, Central Asia is hardly ever thought about by most people in the Western world. Central Asia and Russia contains a total of 6 countries: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. Our goal for today's lesson is to summarize the economies of these countries. So let's start with the biggest, Russia. The Russian economy is considered to be a mixed economy, which is a mix of free market economies, where the economy is determined by the buyers and sellers, and command economies, where the economy is controlled by the government. Before the fall of the Soviet Union, the economy was a command economy, but in the 1990s, free market reforms were put in place to grow the Russian economy, including privatizing most of the state-owned industries. But the changes were not done with much care, and the huge amount of corruption led to the collapse of the Russian economy in the late 90s as influential people grabbed all the money they could. Since the turn of the century, things have got much better for Russia, and the changes have had positive effects, but the process is a slow one. One way to evaluate economies is through gross domestic product, or GDP, which is basically a number that represents how much money is earned and describes the size of an economy. Like most successful modern economies, Russia's is dominated by the service sector at about 60% of GDP as of 2014, and about 36% of GDP is from the industrial sector. Due to Russia's militaristic past, the country has the ability to produce incredible war machinery, weapons, fighter jets, air defense systems, ships, you name it. Only the United States provides more weapons to the world than Russia. Despite selling arms, by far the biggest percentage of Russia's industrial economy comes from natural resources like oil, gas, and precious metals. These are also their main exports. 68% of exports were oil and gas in 2013. Some have suggested that Russia should move away from this reliance on oil and gas, because being so dependent on any one thing is a bit dangerous. Only 4% of Russia's GDP is from agriculture. Though agriculture tends to provide a lot of jobs, it doesn't result in a high GDP because agricultural produce is sold relatively inexpensively. If you love apples and walnuts and want to frolic across vast plains, Kazakhstan is the place to be. Kazakhstan has the largest and most successful economy in Central Asia, and no, it isn't all because of apples and walnuts, but they certainly help. Much of it is really because of, you guessed it, oil. Oil and more oil. Kazakhstan also has lots of minerals and metals. Natural materials really are the royal family of economics, and oil is king. As of 2012, about 70% of Kazakhstan's exports by dollar value comes from oil and mineral fuels, which go to China, Russia, France, and Germany, among others. Kazakhstan also contains some of the most fertile land in Central Asia for agriculture. That's where the apples and walnuts come into the picture. Its vast steppe plains have plenty of them. But Kazakhstan even builds machinery and launches rockets into space on behalf of Russia and the United States. So there are quite a few irons in Kazakhstan's economic fire. Thanks to all these things combined, its GDP has been growing at an astonishing rate. Russia might have a larger economy than Kazakhstan overall, but Kazakhstan is more economically free. Kazakhstan has a great potential for agriculture with its highly fertile land. As of 2014, around 5% of its GDP comes from farming, and 26% of the workforce is employed in agriculture. While it's not formally part of most trade organizations, it's looking like Kazakhstan will soon be admitted into the WTO. Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan are collectively the poorest countries in Central Asia. They all struggle in various ways. Drought and famine are common in Tajikistan, and its main exports of cotton and aluminum fluctuate in value greatly. Kyrgyzstan suffers as one of the most corrupt countries in the world, and much of the natural resources it once had have been used. Turkmenistan has similar issues with drought in its hot, dry conditions, but it also has huge natural gas supplies which have helped keep the economy moving. Despite these natural resources, which we all know are important, the people of Turkmenistan are still extremely poor, with 2/3 living in poverty and an unemployment rate of 60% as of 2004. And then there's Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan is a big player in the area culturally. Uzbeks are found all over Central Asia. But Uzbekistan is probably the nation that has struggled the most economically. The government still has a huge amount of control over the economy and refuses to try free market reforms. Almost all of its GDP comes from cotton, gold and uranium, but these exports have led to a lot of air and water pollution, which is making it even harder for the country to find success. To add insult to injury, the government is considered to be one of the most repressive regimes in the world. On the bright side, however, Uzbekistan does have free education. This has given the country a 99% literacy rate, which means it has great potential to grow should the government change its behavior. Central Asia and Russia contains a total of 6 countries: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan. The Russian economy is a mixed economy, a mix of free market and command economies. Thanks to its production of war machinery and arms, about 36% of its economy is industry. Only the United States provides more weapons to the world than Russia. But in value and exports, this is eclipsed by oil and gas. Kazakhstan is also a big oil exporting economy, though it also has fertile farmlands and helps Russia and the US with their space programs by building equipment and hosting launchers. Thanks to all these factors, its GDP has grown super fast. Kazakhstan is trying to get admitted into the WTO. Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan are the poorest countries in Central Asia. Each has different reasons for its struggles: famine, drought and unstable exports in Tajikistan, corruption and lack of natural resources in Kyrgyzstan, drought, poverty and unemployment in Turkmenistan, and lack of freedom in Uzbekistan, both economic and personal. On the bright side, the Uzbeks have free education and high literacy rates. This suggests that once Uzbekistan gets economic freedom, we might see its economy grow fast. People, products and capital all move. There are billions of ships, planes, trains and trucks moving around the world at any moment. So discussing why those movements happen is pretty important. In today's lesson, we're going to focus on Central Asia and Russia. Specifically, we're going to talk about what resources are found in Russia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, and what migrations those lead to. While it might seem obvious, the first question we need to answer is why those two things are related. Why do natural resources cause movement? Natural resources are materials found inside or provided by the Earth naturally. This can be more varied than you might think. It includes mined materials like coal, oil, metals and jewels, but it also includes the natural beauty of an area, because that's a resource that can be exploited by tourism. Natural resources are important to the economy in that they make money or capital move. And where money moves, so do the products people buy for money, and so do the people who buy and sell them. A business might move to an area to take advantage of its natural resources, or even move away from the area because of a lack of natural resources. Now that we've established why it happens, let's look at each country in turn and the movements of products and capital in each. Russia is the biggest country in the world by land area, and has huge swathes of wilderness that are difficult to access. If only because of its huge size, Russia is rich in natural resources. 20% of the world's oil and gas is produced here. But Russia also has iron ore, nickel, copper, tin, lead, titanium, diamonds, gold, and huge amounts of wood because of the taiga forests in the north. In fact, there is little Russia even needs to trade for. Almost everything they need can be found in Russia somewhere. These natural resources are a big part of their economic success, and they're able to export huge quantities of these materials. This is by far the biggest movement of products, with capital returning in the opposite direction, towards Russia. Kazakhstan has grown hugely since the breakup of the Soviet Union, and a lot of this is because of its natural resources. These include highly fertile land for farming, oil, natural gas, and various metals and minerals. These metals and minerals are also used to build space infrastructure and equipment, which Kazakhstan uses to complete space launches for Russia and the United States. Oil and gas and their products are the country's biggest exports, which is a major product flow out of the country. Again, capital tends to move in the opposite direction, back into the country. Kyrgyzstan has plenty of oil, natural gas, coal and metals, like mercury, tin, gold and others. Much of it has never been extracted at all. This is partly because the position of many of these resources is awkward. For example, much of the coal is found hidden away deep in the mountains. Similarly, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan and Tajikistan all contain strong supplies of natural gas, oil, coal and metallic ores. Tajikistan also has strong hydroelectric power potential and uranium, and Turkmenistan has supplies of raw chemicals. While Russia is busy exporting a ton of these natural resources, Kazakhstan isn't far behind. This isn't as true in other parts of Central Asia. One of the biggest problems is that it's hard to export these resources. The government in Kyrgyzstan is highly corrupt, and Uzbekistan has a repressive regime that controls a lot of the economic activity. Starting a business, or making a lot of money, is difficult in every Central Asian country except Kazakhstan. As a result, the existing resources are not leading to as great a movement of products as you might expect. Even if you can't move resources, people will move themselves anyway. One of the big movements of people in Central Asia is the tendency of people to migrate to Russia and Kazakhstan for a chance at a better life. Some of these people will leave their families behind and send money back to their home countries, stimulating the economy. But others will move their families as a whole, either temporarily or permanently. The natural resources of Russia and Kazakhstan are a big part of why this movement happens, because that's where the jobs are, especially for people who aren't highly skilled. The average income in Kazakhstan and Russia is much higher than elsewhere in Central Asia, and this produces a lot of human flow, and capital flow for that matter, in and out of those areas. Central Asia and Russia is an area that encompasses Russia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, and Kyrgyzstan. Natural resources are materials found inside or provided by the earth naturally. Natural resources are great for the economy. Russia is the biggest country in the world by land area and is rich in natural resources. Russia has oil, natural gas, iron ore, nickel, copper, tin, lead, titanium, diamonds, gold, and huge amounts of wood. These natural resources are a big part of their economic success, and they're able to export huge quantities of these materials. Kazakhstan has grown hugely since the breakup of the Soviet Union, and a lot of this is because of its natural resources. These include highly fertile land for farming, oil, natural gas, and various metals and minerals. Oil and gas, as well as their products, are their biggest exports, and are the main flow of products in the area. Similarly, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, and Tajikistan all contain strong supplies of natural gas, oil, coal, and metallic ores. Tajikistan also has strong hydroelectric power potential and uranium, and Turkmenistan has supplies of raw chemicals. Unfortunately, many of these resources haven't been taken advantage of for various reasons. For example, the government of Kyrgyzstan is highly corrupt, and Uzbekistan has a repressive regime that controls a lot of the economic activity. Starting a business or making a lot of money is difficult in every Central Asian country except Kazakhstan. As a result, the resources are not leading to as great a movement of products as you might expect. But people and money still move. In particular, they move away. One of the big movements of capital and people in Central Asia is the tendency of people to migrate to Russia and Kazakhstan for a chance at a better life. Some of these people will leave their families behind and send money back to their home countries. The natural resources of Russia and Kazakhstan are a big part of why this movement happens. Central Asia and Russia contains 6 countries: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. The area contains around 211 million people in total as of 2014, but it's also home to billions of plants and animals. Today we're going to talk about some of the most important ones. When it comes to plants and animals, climate is pretty important. Unlike humans, animals don't say to themselves, "You know what? It seems a bit chilly around here. We should wear the skin of that animal over there." They can't adapt in the way that humans can, so their biggest defense is to move to a new area. The animals and plants you find in an area, particularly plants that aren't exactly mobile, are different depending on the climate type you're looking at. Asia has a total of 10 main climate types, 25 if you include every subtype. If we focus on the subject of today's lesson, Central Asia and Russia, we simplify the picture to 5 climates: semi-arid, desert, humid continental, subarctic, and tundra. You might notice how varied these are, from dry deserts in the south, to wet areas in the middle, to snowy polar places in the far north. It's like a climate sandwich, and each has its own plants and animals. The north of Russia is much like the south in one important way. It's super dry. But in this case, it's a cold, Arctic kind of dry. In the tundra areas, there is little to no plant cover at all, and only lichens, moss, and occasional shrubs are present in much of this area. The sea is king in this part of Russia, and so what animals you do find tend to rely on it in one way or another. For example, you get a lot of seals, walruses, and seabirds. As you head further south, you start to find a little more. Where there are forests, they're mostly birches and willows that have grown to dwarf heights due to the dry conditions and thin soil. But animals become more common, including reindeer, hares, Arctic foxes, and birds like ptarmigans. Further south, into the subarctic areas, forests start to boom big time. The vast taiga forest covers half of Russia and contains birches and spruce first, followed by pine, fir, cedar, and deciduous trees as you continue south. Having more forest means that more animals can be supported, from moose to bears to squirrels, lynx, and a ton of birds. And in the southern deciduous forest you find wild boar, marten, and many types of deer. The middle of the region is characterized by the humid subtropical climate. This includes southern and western Russia and parts of Kazakhstan. Here the north trees give way for oak, aspen, and birch, and more animals and birds. Eagles, skylarks, and cranes can even be found in these areas. There are most likely more animals of every type in this area, including insects, but we don't have good information on exactly which smaller animals are present where. Central Asia is made up of the countries often described as the stans, although Afghanistan is usually not considered to be included. These countries are collectively very dry, though the north of Kazakhstan does have some humid continental climate. The result of all this is that the area contains a mix of plains and deserts with very little wooded areas. Kazakhstan might be described as grass, grass, and more grass. Grasslands as far as the eye can see. But you can also find tulips, thistles, sage, and poppies. These grassy plains contain lots of animals, including elk and antelope, with bears, wolves, and the rarely seen snow leopard in the hills and mountains. There are also saiga camels, horses, sand grouse, marmot, and bustards. The Caspian Sea, which borders on most of the countries, is home to sturgeon and herring, among many other fish. The pure desert areas further south contain many of the same species, but also tortoises, goats, porcupines, and donkeys. In the oases and mountain valleys, conditions are moderate enough that you even find grapes, almonds, and figs. Central Asia and Russia contains 6 countries: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. Central Asia and Russia contains 5 main climates: semi-arid, desert, humid continental, subarctic, and tundra. It's like a climate sandwich, each with its own plants and animals. In the north of Russia, it's very dry and cold. In the tundra areas there's little to no plant cover at all, and only lichens, moss, and occasional shrubs. What animals you find tend to rely on the sea, like seals, walruses, and seabirds. Further south you find dwarf birches, willows, reindeer, hares, and Arctic foxes. In the subarctic areas you find birches, spruce, pine, fir, cedar, deciduous trees, moose, bears, squirrels, lynx, wild boar, marten, and deer. The middle of the region is characterized by the humid continental climate. This includes southern and western Russia and parts of Kazakhstan. This is home to oak trees, aspen, birch, eagles, skylarks, and cranes. Central Asia is super dry, though the north of Kazakhstan does have some humid continental climate. Central Asia contains plains and deserts with few trees. Kazakhstan is mostly grassland. Plants and animals living here include elk, antelope, bears, snow leopards, Saiga camels, horses, sand grouse, marmot, and bustards. The Caspian Sea, which borders on most of the countries, is home to sturgeon and herring, among many other fish. The pure desert areas further south contain many of the same species, but also tortoises, goats, porcupines, and donkeys. In the oases and mountain valleys, there are even grapes, almonds, and figs. Russia casts a large shadow over all of Central Asia. The historical influence of the Soviet Union can't be ignored. However, the countries of Central Asia still have their own cultures that are quite separate from Russia. Islamic culture and traditional nomadic lifestyles are the most significant influences. The former especially in southern countries like Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan and Tajikistan, and the latter especially in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. Together they make up the 5 countries of Central Asia that we're going to discuss today. Life in Russia can be hard. They have a history of struggle of various kinds, from oppressive emperors to the iron hand of the Soviet Union to the incredibly harsh winters. Life in Russia has created a tough, stern approach to existence for those who have weathered it over the decades and centuries. On days when the winter cold seems to break, you'll find people sunbathing along lakes and on beaches, even in weather that would seem downright cold to many people in other parts of the world. They enjoy it while they can. Kazakhstan is a land of nomadic herders, or at least it was not long ago. To this day there are many people who live a semi-nomadic lifestyle, moving their livestock from place to place, riding alongside on horseback. The traditional movable home, known as a yurt, is still used by many who don't even move it. But life in Kazakhstan is one of contrast. On the one hand you have people living these very traditional lifestyles, and on the other you have city people who produce precise equipment and launch it into space on behalf of the Russians and Americans. While all the countries of Central Asia share the nomadic heritage of Kazakhstan, they vary in several ways. In how much that heritage impacts modern life, in the nature of their governments, and to what degree the Soviet past casts a shadow over their countries. Kyrgyzstan shares a lot with Kazakhstan and is certainly the most similar, but Kyrgyzstan has a particularly corrupt regime and many of their natural resources have been used up. Uzbekistan and Tajikistan are far more urban and very few people live nomadic lifestyles in modern times. Drought and famine have been major problems, particularly for Tajikistan and Turkmenistan. In all 4 countries unemployment is high. People often have to scrape by through local trade and offering taxi services with their personal vehicles. Russian cuisine is influenced by what grows well in the country, and by the abundant fish available thanks to the Arctic Ocean and Caspian Sea. Fish and caviar, fish eggs, are popular. The traditional borscht soup contains commonly grown vegetables like beets, potatoes and cabbage. It's probably not surprising that warming drinks are popular in such a cold place, from tea, which was brought to the country on the trade routes from the Far East, to vodka, which is the Russian national drink. In Kazakhstan, their history as nomadic herders has led to a diet that relies a lot on what animals can provide: meat, cheese, milk and yogurt. But this nomadic diet is mixed with grains and spices from the southeast and southwest. The further south you go in Central Asia, the spicier the food becomes. After 70 years under Soviet rule, some limited freedoms have finally come to the people of Russia, but the cultural influence of their history will remain for many years to come. Russians still like strong centralized governments, and there's a lot of emphasis put on the importance of the extended family and the motherland. When times were hard in Soviet Russia, people had to rely on their families to survive, and the collective in general is seen as more important than the individual. Other views might be considered selfish. Such cultural values make a lot of sense, but certainly don't encourage the government to give up any of its power over people's lives. Compared to the rest of Central Asia, Kazakhstan's culture is tolerant and diverse. People live their lives with a lot of religious freedom. There's a large Russian population, and a quarter of the people are Russian Orthodox, with 75% being Muslim. This might not seem very diverse, but consider that most other countries in Central Asia are closer to 90% Muslim. Uzbekistan has free, high-quality education for its citizens. However, the government is one of the most oppressive regimes in the world, continuing many of the economic policies of the Soviet Union, and this very much limits its citizens in their day-to-day lives. strict adherence to Islamic and state law is compulsory. Religious schools, neighborhood mosques, and religious publications are a major element in everyone's lives. Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan are all somewhere in between. They're all largely Islam, and have Islam-influenced laws, but people have varying levels of freedom in each country. Russians have been leaving Central Asian countries, often due to a feeling that their religious beliefs are not tolerated. Central Asia and Russia contain 6 countries: Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, and Russia. There's a lot of overlap between the cultures of Central Asia and Russia. The influences of the Soviet Union, Islamic culture, and nomadic lifestyles are common. Russia has a history of struggle of various kinds, from oppressive emperors, to the iron hand of the Soviet Union, to the incredibly harsh winters. Life in Russia has created a tough, stern approach to existence. There's a lot more freedom in Russia than ever before thanks to the fall of the Soviet Union, but still much less than other parts of the world. Russians still like strong centralized governments, and there's a lot of emphasis put on the importance of the extended family and the motherland. Russian cuisine is influenced by what grows well in the country, and by the abundant fish nearby. Fish, caviar, beets, potatoes, and cabbage are all popular ingredients, as well as warming drinks like tea and vodka. Kazakhstan is a land that not long ago was populated mostly by nomadic herders. Some people live that way to this day, moving their livestock from place to place. But others live in the city. In fact, Kazakhstan is able to launch rockets into space on behalf of the Russians and Americans. Islam is the most popular religion across Central Asia, but Russian Orthodox Christianity is also popular in Kazakhstan. Kyrgyzstan shares a lot with Kazakhstan in terms of its tribal and nomadic heritage, but the regime is corrupt, and there are few natural resources left. Uzbekistan and Tajikistan are far more urban. Drought and famine have been major problems, particularly in Tajikistan and Turkmenistan. Unemployment is high across Central Asia, and people often have to scrape by through local trade. Uzbekistan is one of the most oppressive regimes in the world, continuing many of the economic policies of the Soviet Union, and this very much limits its citizens in their day-to-day lives. Strict adherence to Islamic and state law is compulsory. The physical characteristics of an area are the natural landforms of that area. A landform is any natural feature of the Earth's surface. There are lots of features that count as landforms, including valleys, canyons, mountains, rivers, lakes, and coastlines. Topographical or physical maps are a way of displaying these features. Human characteristics, on the other hand, are the features of a geography caused by humans, including cities, towns, dams, roads, and communication links. Australia and the Pacific Islands are an area that includes Australia, Polynesia, including New Zealand, Easter Island, Hawaii, and everything in between, Melanesia, and Micronesia. While Hawaii is part of the United States, it still counts as a Pacific island since it's located in the Pacific Ocean. Today we're going to talk about some of the most important physical and human characteristics of Australia and the Pacific. The biggest impact that humans have on a landscape are the cities. Humans build villages that grow into towns, that grow into cities. The natural landscape is often sacrificed to build them. In Australia, the biggest cities are Sydney at 4.4 million as of 2013, Melbourne at 4.2 million, and Brisbane at 2.1 million. These are also the 3 biggest cities in the whole of Oceania, including New Zealand. Perth and Adelaide are also home to 1 million people each. The largest cities in New Zealand are Auckland at 1.4 million people, and Christchurch at 341,000 people. Among the Pacific Islands, the largest city is Honolulu, Hawaii, at 348,000 people, followed by Port Moresby in Papua New Guinea, at 364,000 people as of 2011. While Indonesia isn't generally considered to be a Pacific island, it's worth noting that there is a much larger population there. The biggest city in Indonesia is Makassar, at 1.3 million people in 2010. Geographically, the biggest factor that affects the location of these cities is the sea. Even in the larger landmasses like Australia, the presence of water is vital. When the cities were first set up, the ocean would have been important for bringing in supplies, and it's important for trade to this day. The coastal areas of Australia also have more pleasant climates. The centre of Australia is dry, with large areas of desert. The location of fresh water was also a factor in the position of cities, and a lot of the mentioned cities were also along rivers. In Australia, the Murray and Darling rivers are hugely important, for example. There are also dozens of rivers in New Zealand, including the Waikato and the Wairoa near Auckland, and the Hutt and Ruamahanga near Wellington. Australia contains multiple mountain ranges. The southwest is home to the Darling Range, and the northwest has the Hamersley Range. But the biggest mountain range by far is the Great Dividing Range that runs along the east coast, reaching a height of 7,310 feet. When it comes to mountains, New Zealand wins the prize for impressiveness. New Zealand contains dozens of mountain ranges, and the highest mountain is Mount Cook, at 12,218 feet. The highest mountain in the Pacific as a whole is in Hawaii. Mauna Kea is 13,796 feet. Australia also contains several famous canyons, including Kings Canyon and the much larger Begonia Gorge at 400 meters deep. Once again though, Hawaii wins bragging rights with the Pacific's largest canyon, Waimea Canyon on Kauai. Waimea is 1 mile wide, 10 miles long, and over 3,000 feet deep. The longest river in Australia and the Pacific Islands is Murray River, which has its source in the Australian Alps and flows a total of 1,200 miles. The Darling River is the second longest at 1,160 miles. Given the size of Australia, no other rivers really compare to these Australian giants. The Waikato River is the largest in New Zealand, at 264 miles. Lake Eyre is the largest Australian lake at 3,668 square miles, and just like the rivers, it has little competition in the Pacific. But coasts and bays also count as landforms, and on that, Australia and the Pacific Islands are rich indeed. Most of the settlements, after all, are positioned around important bays. With more than 1,000 islands in the Polynesian Triangle alone, the triangle between New Zealand, Hawaii and Easter Island, this is by far the most significant physical characteristic of the area. The most significant and famous bays in Australia and the Pacific are Botany Bay in Australia, where settlers first landed, and the equivalent in New Zealand, Poverty Bay, where Captain Cook first landed. The Bay of Islands in New Zealand is considered to be among the most beautiful. Further north in Hawaii, Hanauma Bay is probably the most well-known and is a major tourist attraction. The physical characteristics of an area are the natural landforms of that area. A landform is any natural feature of the Earth's surface. There are lots of features that count as landforms, including valleys, canyons, mountains, rivers, lakes, and coastlines. Human characteristics, on the other hand, are the features of a geographical area caused by humans, including cities, towns, dams, roads, and communication links. The biggest impact that humans have on a landscape are the cities. In Australia, the biggest cities are Sydney at 4.4 million as of 2013, and Melbourne at 4.2 million. The largest city in New Zealand is Auckland at 1.4 million. Among the Pacific Islands, the largest city is Honolulu, Hawaii, at 348,000 people. Geographically, the biggest factor that affects the location of these cities is the sea. Even in larger landmasses like Australia, the presence of the sea is vital because of supply lines, pleasant climates, and trade. Fresh water was also important, provided largely by rivers. The longest river in Australia and the Pacific Islands is Murray River, which has its source in the Australian Alps and flows a total of 1,200 miles. The Darling River is the second longest river at 1,160 miles. Lake Eyre is the largest Australian lake at 3,668 square miles. Given the size of Australia, no other rivers or lakes really compare to these Australian giants. Australia contains multiple mountain ranges. The biggest mountain range by far is the Great Dividing Range that runs along the east coast, reaching a height of 7,310 feet. New Zealand contains dozens of mountain ranges, and the highest mountain is Mount Cook at 12,218 feet. The highest mountain in the Pacific as a whole is in Hawaii, Mauna Kea at 13,796 feet. The largest canyon in the Pacific is Waimea Canyon on Kauai. Waimea is 1 mile wide, 10 miles long, and over 3,000 feet deep. But coasts and bays are the main feature of Australia and the Pacific Islands. Most of the settlements are positioned around important bays. The most historically famous bays in Australia and the Pacific are Botany Bay in Australia and Poverty Bay in New Zealand. The Bay of Islands in New Zealand is considered to be among the most beautiful. Hanauma Bay in Hawaii is extremely well known and a major tourist attraction. A landform is any natural feature of the Earth's surface. This is a pretty wide definition. Mountains, canyons and valleys are landforms, but so are rivers, lakes and coastlines. When talking about landforms, you might comment on their slope, elevation, surface exposure, type of soil, orientation or many other variables. One way to study landforms is to draw topographical maps. Australia is a relatively low-lying and dry country, with less mountains and water bodies than some other parts of the world. But it does have many deserts, valleys, canyons and even rivers. The Pacific Islands are wetter, and some parts, like New Zealand for example, contain sizable mountains. Australia and the Pacific Islands cover such a huge area, it will be impossible to cover all the landforms in a short lesson like this, so we'll just talk about a few of the most significant ones. Australia contains several mountain ranges of note, including the Darling Range in the southwest, the Hamersley Range in the northwest, the Central McDonnell Ranges, and the Eastern Great Dividing Range, which forms a spiny edge along the east coast. Most of these have high points around or below 500 feet, but the Great Dividing Range reaches a height of 7,310 feet. But compared to New Zealand, all of these ranges are small. New Zealand contains dozens of named mountain ranges that collectively form part of the Southern Alps. The highest mountain range in New Zealand is Mount Cook at 12,218 feet, and New Zealand is home to 18 summits above 10,000 feet. But even Mount Cook is not the highest mountain in the Pacific. That honor goes to Mauna Kea on the Big Island, Hawaii at 13,796 feet. While Australia might not be huge on mountains, it does have some famous canyons. Many of these are dusty desert canyons, since nearly 20% of Australia qualifies as desert. Probably the most well-known canyon in Australia is Kings Canyon, with walls that are more than 100 meters high. But the biggest canyon in Australia is Bungonia Gorge, with Slot Canyon at its center, at 400 meters deep. Even Slot Canyon itself is 275 meters deep. But these are all eclipsed by the Pacific's largest canyon, Waimea Canyon on the island of Kauai in Hawaii. It is 10 miles long, 1 mile wide, and 3,600 feet deep. The longest river in Australia is the Murray River, which begins in the Australian Alps and flows 1,200 miles before reaching the sea near Adelaide. The second longest river, the Darling River, starts at the Great Dividing Range before traveling 1,160 miles and eventually flowing into the Murray River. These rivers are vital for farming and irrigation. These rivers are also longer than any in the Pacific Triangle, which shouldn't be surprising considering how large Australia is. Even in New Zealand, the longest river is only 264 miles. The largest lake in Australia is Lake Eyre at 3,668 square miles, and it's also the lowest point in the country. While Australia is extremely dry, and there are a lot of lakes in New Zealand and the rest of the Pacific, nothing comes close to Lake Eyre. Of course, it could be argued that the most significant landform in Australia and the Pacific are the islands themselves, and the coasts and bays that go with them. The Polynesian Triangle between New Zealand, Hawaii and Easter Island contains more than 1,000 islands alone, and the Pacific as a whole is considered to have 20 to 30,000 islands. Many of these islands were created by volcanic activity, which is why Hawaii contains active volcanoes and mountains on the Big Island. The oldest island is Kauai, at the opposite end to the Big Island, created when the volcanic hotspot was further to the west. Under the water, there are more mountains, reefs, canyons and gorges, many of them never explored, and while you might argue that it's a life form, not a landform, the Great Barrier Reef is found off the coast of Australia. A landform is any natural feature of the Earth's surface. This includes mountains, rivers, lakes, canyons, valleys, shorelines and bays. Australia is a relatively low-lying and dry country, with less mountains and bodies of water than some other parts of the world. But it does have many deserts, valleys, canyons and even rivers. The Pacific Islands are wetter, and some parts, like New Zealand for example, contain sizable mountains. In terms of mountains, Australia contains the Great Dividing Range, which reaches a height of 7,310 feet. but this is small compared to New Zealand, whose highest mountain is Mount Cook at 12,218 feet. In fact, New Zealand is home to 18 summits above 10,000 feet. But even Mount Cook is not the highest mountain in the Pacific. That honor goes to Mauna Kea, on the Big Island, Hawaii, at 13,796 feet. The biggest canyon in Australia is Bungonia Gorge, with Slot Canyon at the center, at 400 meters deep. Even Slot Canyon itself is 275 meters deep. But the Pacific's largest canyon is Waimea Canyon on the island of Kauai, Hawaii. It is 10 miles long, 1 mile wide, and 3,600 feet deep. The longest river in Australia and the Pacific Islands is the Murray River, which begins in the Australian Alps and flows 1,200 miles before reaching the sea near Adelaide. The largest lake in Australia and the Pacific Islands is Lake Eyre at 3,668 square miles, and it's also the lowest point in the country. In such a dry land, Australian rivers and lakes are vital for farming and irrigation. But the most significant landform in Australia and the Pacific are the islands themselves and the coasts and bays that go with them. The Polynesian Triangle, between New Zealand, Hawaii and Easter Island, contain over 1,000 islands alone, and the Pacific as a whole is considered to have 20 to 30,000 islands. Many of these islands were created by volcanic activity. Some say that life is movement. Movement is change, and things are always changing. Humans are no exception. We travel and spread out across the world. People are proud of their family's history, of their migration and the heritage that brings with it. Human migration is the seasonal or long-term movement of humans from one area of the earth to another. If you move to a new city, you're a migrant. Or if you travel to find seasonal work, you're also a migrant. Humans migrate for many different reasons. For jobs, to look for a better life, to flee from persecution, or to escape a natural disaster. Some of the reasons are economic, some social, and some physical. Today we're going to focus on the migration patterns of Australia and the Pacific Islands, what they are, and why the patterns exist. Australia and New Zealand are developed countries with high living standards, so it shouldn't be surprising that they have net migration into their countries. Those levels of migration are carefully controlled using point systems that prioritize highly educated and skilled people who are of value to the country. The most common origin country is the United Kingdom, since they have strong ties to the UK from the days of the British Empire. They remain Commonwealth countries to this day, and still have the Queen on their currency. Between 2004 and 2013, the UK was the greatest source of immigrants to New Zealand, though India and China finally overtook the UK in 2014. It's a similar story in Australia, where only India and China regularly beat the UK in immigration. Clearly there are no physical, geographical reasons for this migration, since the UK is almost exactly on the opposite side of the world from Australia. People definitely aren't moving from the UK out of convenience. Since most migration to and from both countries relates to reuniting family, migration out of Australia and New Zealand is generally to these same three countries. Nearby countries like the Philippines and Fiji are also significant. Migration to Australia continues to increase year by year. The government limits and quotas are being increased, but this is in response to demand. Without limits, immigration would no doubt be much higher. Immigration in New Zealand has been fairly static numerically, though it saw a significant increase in the early 21st century. Some might argue that this was partly due to the Lord of the Rings movies, which brought the beauty of the country to the attention of people abroad. Certainly it had a dramatic impact on tourism to the country. On many of the Pacific Islands, mobility is a part of life. Many would say that migration is in their blood. After all, the original settlers of the Pacific Islands travelled thousands of miles across the sea to find the islands. Even the original islanders kept strong ties between groups of islands. Psychologically, it was helpful to have such ties, and today these ties are important for the trade and economic stability of the islands. To this day, many islanders are inclined to migrate and travel, and many of them leave the island on which they were born. There are many Polynesian, Micronesian and Melanesian people in the western United States, but the people of the Pacific Islands also often move to Australia and New Zealand, or to other Pacific Islands. Many Pacific Islanders moved to Australia and New Zealand shortly after World War II to help meet labour shortages. Fijians and Filipinos in particular continue to move to Australia and New Zealand in large numbers to this day. The geographic proximity of Australia, the USA and New Zealand is a big part of why many islanders move there. Since they are the nearest, highly successful economies with great opportunities, they are attractive to islanders. But there are also historical and cultural ties in the case of Australia and New Zealand. They have been exchanging citizens to one degree or another for the best part of a century. Human migration is the seasonal or long-term movement of humans from one area of the earth to another. Humans migrate for many different reasons: for jobs, to look for a better life, to flee from persecution, or to escape a natural disaster. Australia and New Zealand are developed countries with high living standards, so it shouldn't be surprising that they have net migration into their countries. Those levels of migration are carefully controlled using point systems that prioritize highly educated and skilled people who are of value to the country. The most common origin country is the United Kingdom, since they have strong ties to the UK from the days of the British Empire. In both Australia and New Zealand, only India and China regularly beat the UK in immigration. Clearly there are no physical geographical reasons for this migration, since the UK is almost the exact opposite side of the world. Immigration to and from nearby countries like the Philippines and Fiji are also significant. Migration to Australia continues to increase year by year. The government's limits and quotas are being increased, but this is in response to demand. Immigration in New Zealand has been fairly static numerically, though it saw a significant increase in the early 21st century. On many of the Pacific Islands, mobility is a part of life. The original settlers travelled thousands of miles to get there, after all. There are therefore many ties between islands, for both social and trade reasons. Today many islanders choose to leave the island on which they were born. The most common migration partners are the other islands: Australia, New Zealand, and the United States. This is mostly due to proximity and historical ties between the people of those countries. Historically, many Pacific Islanders moved to Australia and New Zealand shortly after World War II to help meet labour shortages, and now have family ties there. The population of Australia and the Pacific Islands totals approximately 45 million as of 2013, with around 24 million in Australia, 4.5 million in New Zealand, 2 million in the rest of the Polynesian Triangle, 14 million in Melanesia, and 580,000 in Micronesia. The Polynesian Triangle is a triangle with New Zealand at the southwest corner, Hawaii at the north corner, and Easter Island at the east corner. Melanesia and Micronesia are further west. This total of 45 million is comparable to a fairly large European country, and so might be considered a small population. But not counting Australia, this area is actually pretty densely populated. While people spread over a larger area of the Earth's surface, they live on islands. There isn't actually that much land surface. The total land area is 300,000 square miles, not counting the 2.97 million square miles of Australia, and isn't much bigger than France. While Australia and the Pacific Islands might not be large in land area, they're certainly diverse in ethnic heritage and language. There are 20 to 30,000 islands in the whole Pacific Ocean, and 19 countries, including Chile, Japan and the United States, that have islands there. Australian ancestry is mostly European, with 60% of the population stating as such in the 2011 census. Of these, 36% have English ancestry, 10% Irish and 9% Scottish. 35.4% of the Australian population simply considers themselves of Australian ancestry, but only 3% of Australia's population are indigenous. These indigenous people were split further into as many as 500 tribes, speaking 250 to 300 languages in 600 dialects, though less than 200 are still spoken today. Among the general population, the vast majority speak English, and only 33% of the population speak a second language at all. New Zealand was home to the native Maori people, and has a much larger native population. 15% of the population are Maori, with 12% considering themselves to be Asian and 7.4% Pacific Islander. But a full 67.6% describe themselves as New Zealand European. The Polynesian Triangle is home to two distinct groups culturally, East Polynesia and West Polynesia. In West Polynesia, the culture is one that is accustomed to high populations, strong marriages, and judicial institutions, currency and trading. Eastern Polynesian cultures are more used to smaller groups and smaller islands. The Maori of New Zealand are believed to be Eastern Polynesian in descent. However, most of Polynesia has had an influx of settlers from around the world, and ethnic origins are now mixed. Hawaii, for example, has a large Asian population. There are around 30 indigenous Polynesian languages, though they are all similar, using the same vowel sounds and structures, and using an apostrophe to indicate a glottal stop, like in Hawaii. However, while a large proportion of the people in Polynesia speak other languages, English is the official language of most islands, and is the language most often spoken, followed by French. Micronesia has 5 distinct ethnic peoples, but all of these are part of a larger Micronesian culture. The area contains 20 languages which form part of the Micronesian group of languages. The people of Micronesia are mostly related to Polynesians, Melanesians, and Filipinos. Melanesia is mostly inhabited by the Melanesian people, who have been there for many thousands of years. They speak one of many Papuan languages based around New Guinea, of which there are 800 varieties. However, there are also groups like the Motu and Fijians who speak languages of Polynesian origin. According to the 2011 census, Australia is 61% Christian, with 25% identifying as Catholic, 17% Anglican, and 19% of other denominations. But Australia is a relatively secular country, with 22% declaring no religion and 9% not answering the question. The number of Christians in Australia has declined significantly in recent years. Just over half the population of New Zealand are Christian, as of the 2006 census, with 11% Catholic, 10% Anglican, and 22% making up other Christian groups. But New Zealand is even more secular than Australia, with around 39% declaring no religion and 12% not declaring one at all. While the islands of the Pacific were once home to many native belief systems, many of them animistic, the work of Christian missionaries was highly successful in converting large numbers of people. However, many of the traditional belief systems are actively mixed with Christian beliefs. Micronesia is largely Catholic, although there isn't good data on the exact percentages. Melanesia is also mostly Christian. 95% of the population of Papua New Guinea considers themselves such, with 25% being Catholic. In Fiji, 80% are Christians, but mostly Methodists, and Anglicans are dominant on the Solomon Islands. A smaller group continue to practice purely animistic beliefs to this day. This pattern continues in Polynesia, where the exact makeup depends greatly on the island you're looking at, though Christianity remains dominant. Probably the only non-Christian religion with significant followers is the Baha'i faith, which is present across the Pacific. The population of Australia is 24 million, and the population of New Zealand is 4.5 million, with 2 million in the rest of the Polynesian Triangle, 14 million in Melanesia, and 580,000 in Micronesia. The Polynesian Triangle is a triangle with New Zealand at the southwest corner, Hawaii at the north corner, and Easter Island at the east corner. Melanesia and Micronesia are further west. Due to the small amount of land and large amount of sea, the area is densely populated. Here are some key points about Australia's ethnicity. 60% of Australians have European ancestry. 35.4% of Australians consider themselves of Australian ancestry. 3% of Australia's population are indigenous. The indigenous people are part of 500 tribes, with 250 to 300 languages. 66% of the population of Australia don't speak any language other than English. Now let's look at the rest of the Pacific Islands. New Zealand is 67.6% European, 15% native Maori, 12% Asian, and 7.4% Pacific Islander. In the Polynesian Triangle, the two main ethnic groups are East Polynesians and West Polynesians. There are 30 indigenous Polynesian languages, but English is most spoken. Micronesia has 5 ethnic groups and 20 languages. Melanesians are mostly a single ethnic group and speak 800 varieties of Papuan languages. The religions of the area break down like this. Australia and New Zealand have greater than 50% Christian population, mostly Catholic. The next most dominant group is no religion. Native belief systems of islanders were animistic. These animistic beliefs have been combined with Christianity due to the work of missionaries. Micronesia is mostly Catholic. 95% of Melanesians are Christian of one kind or another. The only non-Christian religion of significance is the Baha'i faith. The customs and culture of Australia and the Pacific Islands are ones of amalgamation. They are a mix of traditional Polynesian island cultures and Western influences. Religions, like Christianity, were brought to the Pacific Islands, but many people practice religions that combine native animistic beliefs with more recent Christian ones. And Western settlers have had huge influences on cultures and populations in many places. Australia and New Zealand, while they have their differences, have their Western influences in common. Both have large populations that originate in the United Kingdom, and although they have been independent for long enough to have cultures quite distinct from the UK, those influences remain to this day. Their governmental systems draw heavily on the parliamentary system of the UK, and they are officially constitutional monarchies. Queen Elizabeth II of the United Kingdom remains on their currency. Their emphasis on sporting achievements comes from the British culture. They share many of their most popular sports, like cricket, football or soccer, and rugby. Even their style of humour, with its focus on dry wit, irreverence and irony, is very similar to British humour. But their cultures are also influenced by the native people from their lands, Australian Aborigines and New Zealand's Maori. Australian art, for example, shows a fascination and romanticism about the outback, and New Zealand incorporates Maori languages and ceremonies in their national anthems and greetings for foreign dignitaries. Since Australia and New Zealand also have a large number of animal and plant species not found anywhere in the world, these can produce a sense of pride and individualism in their own countries. Animals like kangaroos, koalas and dingoes are symbols of Australia, just as kiwis and wetters are symbols of New Zealand. Hawaii is similar to Australia and New Zealand in that it's heavily Western influenced, but in the case of Hawaii, the influence is from the United States, being admitted to the United States in 1959. Culturally, Hawaii is a mix of American and native Hawaiian cultures. The other islands of the Pacific are much less influenced by the West, and in most cases contain majority native populations even to this day. Each of the islands has its own distinct culture, but in general people tend to be fairly relaxed and live slow-paced lives, especially compared to Australia. Religion is one area where the West has greatly influenced the islands. Christianity was brought there long ago by missionaries, and the Western influence of Australia and New Zealand has certainly spread to the islands in other ways over time. This can be seen by the fact that rugby is an extremely popular sport across the islands, more popular than soccer or cricket, and is a way that the people of the Pacific are brought together. The arts are another way that Australia and the Pacific Islands are brought together. The Festival of Pacific Arts is held every 4 years, rotating between countries. It focuses on traditional culture, song and dance, and has participants from 27 countries. Australian ethnicity is largely European at 60% of population, according to the 2011 census. A full 55 out of that 60% is British, English, Irish or Scottish, though much of the Australian population simply consider themselves of Australian ancestry, 34%. But only 3% of Australia's population are actually indigenous. These indigenous people come from a total of 500 tribes and spoke 250 to 300 languages in 600 dialects. Only 200 languages remain today. The majority of the population are English speakers, and 66% don't speak a second language at all. But while the country is predominantly English, their slang is distinct, after a long time as an isolated and then independent country. Words like bonza, meaning great, struth as an exclamation, g'day as hello or good day, barbie as barbecue, sook as sulk, and others are chiefly Australian, while things like tar, thanks, whinge, meaning whine, bloody, meaning very, heaps, meaning a lot, and iffy, meaning dodgy, are used regularly in the UK as well. New Zealand originally belonged to the Maori people and has a larger native population than Australia at 15%. The remainder are mostly European, 67.6%, followed by Asians, 12%, and Pacific Islanders, 7.4%. Like Australia, New Zealand has its own slang too, but the overlap with British slang is even stronger. The Polynesian Triangle is home to two main cultural groups, West Polynesia and East Polynesia. The Polynesian Triangle is the islands inside a triangle with New Zealand, Hawaii and Easter Island at the corners. The culture of the Western group is one of dense populations, strong importance placed on marriages, and strong legal and trading systems. Eastern Polynesian cultures are more accustomed to smaller populations and islands. The Maori originate in Eastern Polynesian cultures. However, the modern ethnic backgrounds of islanders are mixed due to the influx of foreigners. Polynesia contains 30 original languages and are distinct for their similar vowel sounds and using apostrophes for glottal stops, like in Hawaii. But English is the most spoken and official language of most Pacific islands. Micronesia has 5 ethnic groups, all of which originate from a larger Micronesian ethnicity. This ethnicity is in turn related to Filipinos, Polynesians and Melanesians. Melanesia contains mostly natives of the area. They speak various Papuan languages, languages originating in Papua New Guinea. The customs and culture of Australia and the Pacific Islands are a mix of traditional Polynesian island cultures and Western influences. Religions like Christianity were brought to the Pacific Islands, but many people practice religions that combine this with the traditional animistic belief systems. Australia and New Zealand both have large populations that originate in the UK, though they have cultures distinct from the UK. For example, some similarities include parliamentary government systems and an emphasis on sporting achievements. The other major influence in their cultures are the native peoples, Australian Aborigines and New Zealand Maori. Australia and New Zealand also have distinctive wildlife not found anywhere else in the world. Hawaii is similarly influenced by the West, but in their case America, since it became a state in 1959. The other islands of the Pacific are more independent, with significant native peoples and cultures. In general, islanders tend to be relaxed and enjoy a slow pace of life. But there have been Western influences. The primary religion is Christianity, thanks to missionaries. The people of Australia and the Pacific Islands are brought together by political alliances, sports competitions, and the arts, such as the Festival of Pacific Arts held every 4 years. Australian ethnicity is largely European, and most of that is British. Only 3% of Australia's population are indigenous, and speak a total of 200 languages today. Although most Europeans speak only English, their slang is distinct and well known. New Zealand was home to the Maori people, 15% by population today, and unlike Australia, the native culture has been absorbed into the wider New Zealand culture and forms a big part of their identity. The Polynesian Triangle is home to two main cultural groups, West Polynesia and East Polynesia. The Polynesian Triangle is the islands inside a triangle with New Zealand, Hawaii and Easter Island at the corners. The culture of the Western group involves strong institutions like marriage and legal systems, and dense populations. Eastern Polynesian cultures have smaller islands and smaller populations, with less centralized bureaucracy. Polynesia contains 30 original languages, but English is the most spoken and official language of most Pacific islands. Micronesia has 5 ethnic groups, all of which originate from a larger Micronesian ethnicity, and is mostly natives of the area who speak various Papuan languages, languages originating in Papua New Guinea. Climate isn't small. Climate is weather on a large timescale. The latest snowstorm or last year's super scorching summer tells you very little about climate. Climate is the average or general weather conditions of an area, taken over a long period of time. To know about climate, you have to look at an expansive area and watch its weather conditions over many years. Climate varies a lot from place to place. The United States and Australia, for example, have drastically different climates, and the Pacific Islands are also very different. Today we're going to get to know those differences by talking in depth about the climate of Australia and the Pacific Islands. Australia is a huge area, and it's the biggest country we'll be discussing in this lesson. Australia alone deserves its own section because it has 7 distinct climate regions: equatorial, tropical savanna, humid subtropical, Mediterranean, hot desert, semi-arid, and oceanic climates. Probably the most distinctive and well-known feature of Australia's climate is the deserts. The very centre of Australia is extremely hot and dry. A desert, or arid climate, is a climate where precipitation is too low for any vegetation, except possibly a little shrub, to grow, but where it isn't cold enough to meet the criteria for a polar climate. Deserts cover 529,000 square miles of Australia. A further large area of semi-arid conditions surrounds the desert areas. Semi-arid climates are defined by being very dry, and can be either hot or cold, but not dry enough to meet the criteria for a desert. In the case of Australia, these areas are of course all hot and dry. In the southeast of Australia, you'll find temperate oceanic conditions. Oceanic or marine climates have warm summers and cool winters, though mountains can still be cold, with a small range of yearly temperatures. These are among the most populated parts of Australia, since the temperate climate is easier for a lot of people to live with, and is helpful for agriculture. Mediterranean conditions can be found in the southwest edge of Australia. Mediterranean climates have warm to hot, dry summers and mild, wet winters. And the east-central part of Australia has a subtropical climate. Humid subtropical climates are characterized by hot, humid summers and mild to cool winters. And then there are the northmost parts of Australia. Since the north is closest to the equator, the north is mostly tropical savanna, with a little equatorial climate at the northmost tip. Tropical savanna is characterized by a strongly pronounced dry season and a wet season, and a landscape that tends to be halfway between rainforest and desert. Essentially, tropical grasslands. Tropical savanna areas are like much drier versions of a monsoon climate, and an equatorial climate, named for corresponding to areas along the equator, is a rainforest climate with very heavy rainfall and no dry season, where every day is similar throughout the year. Dry and wet, hot and cold are more about time of day than they are about time of year in an equatorial climate. So that's it, all 7 climates of Australia. Now let's talk about what you'll find in the Pacific Islands nearby. Though New Zealand does have some small alpine areas, much of the southern Pacific has a consistent climate. After all, the southern part of the Polynesian Triangle has a similar latitude, and since it's made up of small islands, you're never far from the sea. This similarity leads to a similar climate across the area, that of an oceanic or marine climate. As a reminder, oceanic or marine climates have warm summers and cool winters, though mountains can still be cold, with a small range of yearly temperatures. New Zealand is probably the only exception, only because of its especially large mountains and the fact that it's the largest island in the Polynesian Triangle. These tiny pockets of alpine climates are defined by cold and dry conditions with wetter winters. The very north of New Zealand is also a bit quirky, in that it verges on mild subtropical climate in the summer, while returning to an oceanic condition in the winter. Heading further north in the Pacific, you get closer and closer to the equator. The conditions transition from oceanic climates to equatorial climates, with not much in between. The climate becomes less and less seasonal and more wet as you head further north. As mentioned previously, an equatorial climate is a rainforest climate with heavy rainfall and no dry season, where every day is similar throughout the year, and this climate is dominant in the middle of the Pacific. Climate is the average or general weather conditions of an area taken over a long period of time. To know about climate, you have to look over a large area and watch that area over many years. Australia is a huge area and it has 7 distinct climate regions: equatorial, tropical savanna, humid subtropical, Mediterranean, hot desert, semi-arid and oceanic climates. The very centre of Australia is extremely hot and dry with a desert climate. A desert or arid climate is a climate where precipitation is too low for any vegetation, except possibly a little shrub, to grow, but where it isn't cold enough to meet the criteria for a polar climate. A further large area of semi-arid conditions surrounds the desert areas. Semi-arid climates are defined by being very dry, and can be either hot or cold, but not dry enough to meet the criteria for a desert. In the southeast of Australia, you'll find temperate oceanic conditions. Oceanic or marine climates have warm summers and cool winters, though mountains can still be cold, with a small range of yearly temperatures. Mediterranean conditions can be found at the southwest edge of Australia. Mediterranean climates have warm to hot dry summers and mild wet winters. And the east-central part of Australia has a subtropical climate. Humid subtropical climates are characterized by hot, humid summers and mild to cool winters. The far north of Australia is mostly tropical savanna, with a little equatorial climate. Tropical savanna is characterized by a strongly pronounced dry and wet season, and a landscape that tends to be halfway between rainforest and desert, essentially tropical grasslands. And an equatorial climate is a rainforest climate with heavy rainfall and no dry season, where every day is similar throughout the year. The southern Pacific is mostly an oceanic or marine climate. New Zealand is probably the only exception, only because of its especially large mountains and the fact that it's the largest island in the Polynesian Triangle. It contains pockets of extreme alpine climates that contain cold and dry conditions with wetter winters. The very north of New Zealand also reaches subtropical conditions in the summer. As you get closer to the equator in the Pacific, the climate changes from oceanic to equatorial climates. The climate becomes less and less seasonal and more wet as you head further north. For Americans, the Pacific might seem little more than a dream holiday destination, but there's a lot more to these areas than their beautiful weather and unspoiled beaches. Australia and the Pacific Islands cover a wide area and include a population of 37 million people. For this reason, summarizing the economy of the area is difficult. It varies a lot by island. But there are certain generalizations we can make. Australia, New Zealand and Hawaii are the only fully developed nations in the area, and so their economies are quite different than the remainder of the islands. Since they have many similarities, let's first talk about those three countries. Australia, New Zealand and Hawaii, which is part of the United States, like most developed countries, have significantly service-driven economies. The service sector is much bigger than any other single sector for all three. It accounts for 68% of Australia's GDP, that's gross domestic product, 63% of New Zealand's GDP, and a full 90% of Hawaii's GDP. These services include healthcare, law, accounting, tourism, engineering, government services, including the armed forces, finance, and education. In the case of Hawaii, tourism is very much responsible for the large service industry. Few countries in the Pacific come close to achieving Hawaii's success in promoting itself as a tourist destination. There's a reason that saying the word Hawaii makes most people think of sunny weather, pristine sandy beaches, and hula dancing. Australia's next most important sector is industry at 27% of GDP as of 2012. This includes mining and manufacturing. Agriculture is also an important sector at 3 to 4% of GDP. New Zealand's next most important sector is also industry at 23% of GDP as of 2013, a full 6.5% of which is primary industry. Hawaii's remaining 10% is spread between agriculture, manufacturing and fishing. Australia's main industries in order of importance are mining, industrial and transport equipment, food, chemicals and steel. Mining in particular has been a boom industry in Australia since the 1960s. New Zealand's main industries are food, textiles, industrial and transport equipment, finance, tourism and mining. Australia and New Zealand are both part of several trade organisations, including APEC, Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, WTO, World Trade Organization, EAS, East Asia Summit, and the OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. But most notably for the focus of this lesson, EAS has the potential to become a full trade bloc in the future. This is especially important for the smaller Pacific Islands that rely on trade with Australia and New Zealand. Australia mainly exports to China and Japan, and imports from China and the US. New Zealand's main import and export partners are Australia, China and the US. The remainder of the Pacific is much less developed, and so their economies are quite different. To this day, quite a few of the Pacific Islands are mostly agriculture industries. But it's important to bear in mind that these agriculture industries are quite different from those in more developed populations. Many of the inhabitants of the islands are subsistence farmers who focus on farming just enough to feed and clothe their family. This means that, although their incomes are low, their standard of living is higher than you might expect. A lot of these families make their own clothes and produce goods manually for themselves. When items are imported, they usually come from Australia, New Zealand, or the United States. Agriculture aside, the service sector, almost chiefly tourism, is vitally important to the Pacific Islands. Even on islands where agriculture is the focus, tourism tends to still be a reasonable chunk of the economy, and in many places tourism completely eclipses it. Fiji, for example, welcomes around 500,000 tourists per year. Guam and French Polynesia are also highly popular destinations, though Hawaii has far more tourists per year than any of them. Australia and the Pacific Islands as a whole cover a wide area, including a population of 37 million people. This makes summarizing their economies difficult. Australia, New Zealand and Hawaii have significantly service-driven economies. These services include healthcare, law, accounting, tourism, engineering, government services including the armed forces, finance and education. After services, industry is the next most important sector, followed by agriculture. Australia's main industries are mining, industrial and transport equipment, food, chemicals and steel. New Zealand's main industries are food, textiles, industrial and transport equipment, finance, tourism and mining. Australia and New Zealand are both part of several trade organisations, including APEC, WTO, EAS and the OECD. Trade is especially important for the smaller Pacific Islands that rely on it for their economies to function. The remainder of the Pacific is much less developed, and so their economies are quite different. The primary focus of their economies is agriculture and tourism. The exact balance of those things depends on the island. Fiji, Guam and French Polynesia have especially large amounts of tourism, but many Pacific Islands are dominated by subsistence farmers, who focus on farming enough to feed and clothe their families. When items are imported, they usually come from Australia, New Zealand or the United States. Natural resources are important to study because they are drivers of modern economics. Natural resources can be at the heart of an economy, and a strong economy leads to high living standards. In a capitalist system, this in turn affects human behaviour, including the movement of people, products and capital. Today we're going to talk about the natural resources of Australia, New Zealand and the Pacific Islands, and how those natural resources lead to this kind of movement. Australia is a land abundant in natural resources, much of which hasn't even been tapped yet. Australian exports are increasing all the time. Indeed, the highest level of exports was reached in February 2014 at a value of $23.8 billion US. The natural resources of Australia include most famously coal, iron ore and gold, but also oil, gas, rare earths, copper, tin, bauxite, silver, uranium, diamonds and other minerals. Metals like iron ore and gold total 28% of Australian exports, but coal isn't far behind at 18%. A full 60% of the coal mined is exported, bringing money to the Australian economy and making them the largest exporter of coal in the world. When it comes to iron ore, Australia produces 50% of China's entire supply each year. Australia is also the second largest gold producer in the world. Much of Australia's mining happens in the west. New Zealand also has significant natural resources, including coal, timber, silver, gold, iron ore, limestone, clay, and minerals. Oil and gas are major New Zealand exports, and it's a highly mineral-rich country. The highest value exports in total, however, are dairy products, timber, oil, industrial machinery, and beverages. While only some of these things are natural resources, the land is still used in the production of secondary products, from dairy to wine. For the native Maori people, fish are also a vitally important resource. The Pacific Islands are much less rich in natural resources that can be exported. Many of them are small and densely populated. Agriculture is important, but much of the farming is subsistence farming, where farmers create just enough to feed and clothe their families, and that leaves much less for export than other more continental countries. However, the other important part of the island economies is tourism, and so you could argue that aside from their fertile land, the beauty of the islands could be considered their greatest natural resource. The exception to this rule is the much larger island of Papua New Guinea, which has significant commercial crops including sweet potatoes, sugar, copra, coffee, cocoa, and rubber. However, even on Papua New Guinea, 85% of the population is made up of subsistence farmers. The most significant exports in the rest of the Pacific Islands are vanilla and squash from Tonga, timber from the Solomon Islands, and sugar from Fiji. As already described above, many of the natural resources of these places are exported, in the natural form or as manufactured products. This is especially true in Australia, since it has a major product resource export economy, especially compared to other fully developed countries. This brings capital to Australia, but it also brings people. People come to Australia to set up or work with companies who are taking advantage of these resources. Businesses see opportunities and relocate. The same is true to a lesser extent in New Zealand. The Pacific Islands are a little more complex, however. In the Pacific Islands, there are less natural resources to exploit, and since subsistence farming is dominant, not as much capital moves to the islands as you might otherwise expect. However, people still move around a lot because culturally, moving between islands is relatively common compared to culture in other parts of the world. Indeed, people often have family on other islands. And then there's tourism. One of the biggest drivers of the movement of people in the Pacific Islands is the attraction of those beautiful islands to tourists. Indeed, tourism is becoming an increasingly significant part of their economies and brings thousands of travelers to their shores each year. Natural resources are important to study because they're drivers of modern economies. This affects human behavior, causing the movement of people, products, and capital. Australia is a land abundant in natural resources, and exports reached a record high in 2014. The natural resources of Australia include, most famously, coal, iron ore, and gold. Metals like iron ore and gold total 28% of Australian exports, but coal isn't far behind at 18%. A full 60% of the coal mined is exported, bringing money to the Australian economy. New Zealand also has significant natural resources. The highest value exports in total, however, are dairy products, timber, oil, industrial machinery, and beverages. While only some of these things are natural resources, the land is still used in the production of secondary products from dairy to wine. Pacific Islands are less rich in natural resources. Agriculture is important, but much of the farming is subsistence farming, where farmers create just enough to feed and clothe their families, and that leaves much less for export. The beauty of the islands could be considered their greatest natural resource, and tourism is on the rise. The exporting of all these goods and services brings capital into these countries, but it also brings people. People come to Australia and New Zealand in particular to set up or work with companies who are taking advantage of these resources. The Pacific Islands are a little more complex, with subsistence farming dominant. Not as much capital moves into the islands as you might expect. However, people still move around a lot because culturally moving between islands is relatively common. Indeed, people often have family on other islands. And people come to the islands a lot for tourism, which is a growing industry. Australia and the Pacific is a huge area and includes Australia, Polynesia, Micronesia and Melanesia. Within Polynesia you'll find New Zealand, Hawaii, Easter Island and everything in between. Melanesia includes Fiji, the Solomon Islands and New Guinea, among others. Micronesia contains the Federated States of Micronesia, a country of islands, but also the Marshall Islands, Palau and others. There are thousands of islands in the Pacific. Because of the area's size, it also contains many different climates: equatorial, tropical savanna, humid subtropical, Mediterranean, hot desert, semi-arid, alpine, and oceanic climates, and each of those climates supports different combinations of plants and animals. Doing justice to all the plants and animals of Australia and the Pacific is impossible in such a short lesson, but in today's lesson we're going to highlight some of the most important and distinctive plants and animals in this part of the world, and commonalities between them. Australia is a special place when it comes to plants and animals. That's because it contains among the largest portion of unique species in the world. 80% of the flora and fauna of Australia live nowhere else in the world. This is called endemism, where plants and animals are only found at one location. Australia contains 378 species of mammal, 828 birds, 4,000 fish, 300 lizards, 140 snakes, and 2 crocodiles. 50 of the mammals are marine mammals. Australia is famous for its crocodiles, kangaroos, koalas, dingoes, wallabies, Tasmanian devils, and wombats. Australia has an unusually large number of marsupials, and a distinct lack of placental mammals. A marsupial is an animal where the young are born underdeveloped and stay for a time in a pouch, most famously the kangaroo. A placental mammal is an animal where young are developed inside the mother's womb through a placenta. The unusual animals of Australia are usually explained by citing the long time that Australia has been isolated from the rest of the world, and its unusual climate. New Zealand is similar to Australia in that its plants and animals are also unique, for the same kinds of reasons. Before humans arrived in New Zealand, it's believed that there were very few mammals, mostly just bats and marine mammals. In fact, there were none at all for several million years before humans arrived, and previous mammals must have gone extinct. Birds are the most important vertebrates in New Zealand, and there are a lot of them, over 170 species in all. New Zealand birds are unusual in that there are a lot of coastal, sea and wetland birds, and far less terrestrial ones. Very few species of reptile are present in New Zealand, just skinks, geckos, and the tuatara. There are, however, species of frog in New Zealand, which is unusual, because along with Fiji, New Zealand is one of the only saltwater islands on Earth that contains amphibians. The insects and vertebrates of New Zealand have evolved to be unusually large. Most famous of these is the cricket-like weta. The Pacific Islands also have many unique species. Since the islands were likely never part of a continent, species had to arrive by air from other places. Once there, they would become isolated and over time evolve to their specific environments. For this reason, many Pacific Islands have varieties of animals that are truly unusual or unique. You can find dwarfism, where animals evolve to be unusually small because of the environment, and gigantism, where animals evolve to be unusually large. Hawaii is a particular hotbed for endemic species, though many of them have been pushed out and become endangered due to species introduced by Europeans and Americans. The Pacific Islands have relatively few mammals, and mostly contain birds, bats, fish, and a few lizards. Some of the birds settled on islands then become flightless. We've talked about animals, but for plants, many of the same ideas apply. There are a lot of endemic species of plant in Australia and the Pacific Islands. Australia contains 35,000 species of plant, 250,000 fungi, and 3,000 lichens. Many of the plants there have adapted to hot, arid conditions with frequent fires. Many of the plants, like the animals, originated from the southern supercontinent, known as Gondwana. This was when Australia was connected to India, Africa, Antarctica, and South America. The plant species have been heavily affected by human influences, like people bringing invasive species from elsewhere, and indigenous Australians burning the plants and trees to facilitate hunting. The most dominant and common vegetation type in Australia are hummock grasslands, covering Western Australia, accounting for 23% of native vegetation. A further 39% is a mixture of eucalyptus woodlands, tussock grasslands, acacia forests, and shrublands. But all of these are also adaptations to arid conditions. The remainder is more extensive open forests like tropical or temperate rainforests, or casuarina forests. New Zealand's plants are similarly unique, though many have been damaged by invasive species. In this wetter, temperate climate, many of the plants and trees are evergreen, not very cold tolerant, not able to defend against mammals, since New Zealand has so few mammals, unusually large and poorly fire adapted. Their seeds tend to be dispersed mostly by birds, and their flowers are usually small. The Pacific Islands share a lot more plant species between islands than animals, because seeds can be more easily spread by the wind or by birds. Probably the most common tree on the islands is the pandanus tree. though there are 750 individual species of the tree alone. Much of the plant life on the islands originates in Malaysia, the Philippines, New Guinea, or Indonesia, with a few from Australia and invasive species from North America, especially Hawaii. Australia and the Pacific is a wide area with 8 distinct climates, each with its own plants and animals. The area has islands that have been isolated for millennia, which has created many endemic species, or species that are found nowhere else. 80% of the flora and fauna of Australia live exclusively in Australia. The country has 378 mammal species, 4,000 fish, 140 snakes, 828 birds, 300 lizards, and 2 crocodiles. The most well-known Australian animals include kangaroos, dingoes, koalas, crocodiles, wallabies, and Tasmanian devils. In terms of plants, there are 35,000 plant species, as well as 250,000 fungi and 3,000 lichens. The hot, arid conditions and frequent fires are so common in Australia that plants have had to adapt to them. The most common type of vegetation to be found in Australia are hummock grasslands in the west, but there are also acacia forests, shrublands, eucalyptus woodlands, and tussock grasslands. When humans found New Zealand, there were little or no mammals. To this day, the mammals we find were introduced. Birds were always extremely common, however, with 170 species. The only reptiles are skinks, tuatara, and geckos, but you do find amphibians like frogs. In fact, along with Fiji, New Zealand is the only saltwater island in the world to be home to frogs. In the wet, temperate conditions of New Zealand, most plants and trees are evergreen. However, they also don't have good adaptations to defend against mammals, since they've never had to, and aren't especially cold tolerant. The Pacific Islands have never been connected to a continent, and so the only species you find there had to have arrived by air or with humans. When species found their ways to islands, they would have become isolated and evolved lots of unique traits. There are few mammals on the islands. There are mostly fish, lizards, bats, and birds. The seeds of plants, however, can be spread by the wind or carried by birds, so a lot more plant species are found on multiple islands. The origin of most Pacific plant life is in the Philippines, New Guinea, Malaysia, or Indonesia. Life in Australia has a lot in common with many Western countries. It has a free market economy that focuses on consumerism. People work hard most of their lives to pay for goods or services to better their lives and the lives of their families. But there are subtle differences even between Western highly developed countries. Australia is influenced heavily by British culture. A majority of Australians claim English, Scottish or Irish descent. But there's also a lot of influence from the native cultures of Australia, who are called the Aborigines. The artwork of Australia often references the outback and shows a romanticism about it that reflects the native people. However, the native Aborigines are not especially well treated, nor are they well integrated into modern society compared to some places, most notably New Zealand nearby. Many of the ways Australian society is structured come from their British roots. Australia has a parliament, and is a constitutional monarchy with Queen Elizabeth II on their currency. Most Australians like this arrangement. Australians are generally a little more laid back about life than, say, Americans. Sports like rugby and cricket are important to them. Australia is overall very much a right-wing country, but less so than the United States. Because of this, they have more significant social support systems, though not as strong as the supports in parts of Europe. The healthcare system is largely public, with the government paying for the majority of healthcare. Around 18% is paid for by citizens out of pocket, and 8% by optional private insurance, that about half of citizens have in order to supplement what the government already provides. It's a much cheaper system than the United States, but with excellent outcomes and a higher life expectancy. Living in Australia means never worrying that you won't be able to pay for healthcare costs if you get sick, which probably helps them maintain a more laid-back approach to life. Australia also has greater social mobility than most countries in the Western world. Life in New Zealand has a lot of similarities with Australia. They have the same kind of economy, the same ties with British culture. For example, the Queen is also on their currency. But one notable difference is the integration of the native Maori into New Zealand culture. A full 15% of New Zealand citizens identify as ethnically Maori as of 2013, and Maori languages and ceremonies are included in national events. from the Maori having their own national anthems to the haka greeting for foreign dignitaries. Another major difference is that New Zealand is less urban. While Australia is huge, the population is heavily concentrated in city areas, and much of the outback is hot, unforgiving desert. In New Zealand, on the other hand, the whole country contains temperate, pleasant weather, yet the population is only 4.5 million. Even the biggest cities are modest in size. It is said that there are more sheep than people in New Zealand. The people of New Zealand are often described as being among the friendliest in the world. While Australia might be laid back, New Zealand takes that a step further. The pace of life is exceedingly slow and relaxed. Life in the Pacific Islands depends on the island. Hawaii is unusual in that it's part of the United States. This means the culture of Hawaii is extremely similar to the rest of the United States, with American chain restaurants and American sensibilities. But like much of the Pacific, Hawaii still has a more laid-back approach to life. This is partly influenced by native Hawaiian culture, which the islands have embraced, if for no other reason than it's a huge tourist attraction. Many of the poorer, less touristy Pacific Islands consist mostly of farmers, and not just farmers, subsistence farmers. Life in these islands is about farming enough food to feed your families, and making clothes and crafts to cater to most of your other needs. Tourism varies from a minor part of the economy on less well-known islands to a huge part of the economy in hotspots like French Polynesia, Guam and Fiji. On many of these islands, the vast majority of the population work in tourism, and so servicing tourists is a major part of everyday life. Pacific Islanders are generally proud of their native cultures, and with largely native populations, native cultural attitudes have a big influence on life there to this day. Islanders tend to give a lot more money away, and live less materialistic lives. Friendliness and kindness is a big part of their culture, and people tend to be extremely eager to please. Life in Australia has a lot in common with many Western countries. It has a free market economy that focuses on consumerism. Australia is influenced heavily by British culture. A majority of Australians claim English, Scottish or Irish descent. But there's also influence from the native cultures of Australia, who are called Aborigines. The artwork of Australia often references the outback, and shows a romanticism about it that reflects the native people. Australia has reasonably strong social supports. Healthcare is largely paid for by the government through taxes. Living in Australia means never worrying that you won't be able to pay for healthcare costs if you get sick, which probably helps them maintain their more laid-back approach to life. Australia also has greater social mobility than most countries in the Western world. Life in New Zealand has a lot of similarities with Australia. They have the same kind of economy, the same ties with British culture. But the native Maori are far more integrated into New Zealand culture. Maori languages and ceremonies are included in national events, from the Maori having their own national anthems to the haka greeting for foreign dignitaries. The people of New Zealand are generally proud of this connection. New Zealand life is less urban. The population is only 4.5 million, and even the biggest cities are modest in size. The whole country contains temperate, pleasant weather, and few even have heating systems. The people of New Zealand are often described as being among the friendliest in the world. The pace of life is exceedingly slow and relaxed. Life in the Pacific Islands depends on the island. Hawaii is unusual in that it's part of the United States. This means the culture of Hawaii is extremely similar to the rest of the United States, with American chain restaurants and American sensibilities, though still more laid back thanks to the influence of native Hawaiian culture. Many of the poorer, less touristy Pacific Islands contain mostly farmers. And not just farmers, subsistence farmers. Life on these islands is about farming enough food to feed your family, and making clothes and crafts to cater to most of your other needs. On islands that are tourist hotspots, the vast majority of the population work in tourism, and so servicing tourists is also a major part of everyday life. Pacific Islanders are generally proud of their native cultures, and with largely native populations, native cultural attitudes have a big influence on life there to this day. Islanders tend to give a lot more money away and live less materialistic lives. Friendliness and kindness is a big part of their culture, and people tend to be extremely eager to please.
In order to properly understand plateau pressure, a person must first be knowledgeable about the basic anatomy of the lungs, particularly the bronchioles and alveoli. The bronchioles are tiny tube-like branches in the lungs, and alveoli are tiny air sacs that are located at the end of the bronchioles. When a person inhales, oxygen travels into the lungs, through the bronchioles, and eventually reaches the alveoli. Alveoli then give this oxygen to the blood. At the same time, the alveoli will take carbon dioxide from the blood. A person will then exhale, and this carbon dioxide will be removed from the body. Plateau pressure is the pressure in the alveoli after a mechanically ventilated patient inhales. Mechanical ventilation refers to when a patient is hooked up to a machine that helps them breathe. Plateau pressure is also known as alveolar pressure and transpulmonary pressure. Plateau pressure is calculated or measured when inhalation is complete and before a person begins to exhale. At this moment between inhalation and exhalation, when plateau pressure is measured, there is no air flowing through the lungs. When measuring plateau pressure, the mechanical ventilator is often programmed to hold the time between inhalation and exhalation for 0.5 to 1 second. Plateau pressure is largely impacted by lung compliance, which is a measure of the ability of the lungs to expand during inhalation. Lung compliance can be calculated by dividing lung volume by pressure. Plateau pressure is also impacted by positive end expiratory pressure, or PEEP, which is the pressure inside the airways that's above the pressure of the surrounding atmosphere that occurs at the end of exhalation. The following equation can be used to calculate plateau pressure. Plateau pressure equals volume of lungs divided by compliance plus PEEP. Ideally, plateau pressure should remain under 30 centimeters H2O. High plateau pressure is often the result of lung compliance issues, which would be respiratory conditions that prevent the lungs from expanding properly during inhalation. These conditions can include acute respiratory distress syndrome, or ARDS, which is a condition when fluid accumulates in the alveoli, which can be caused by conditions such as sepsis, pneumonia, injuries to the chest, or COVID-19, and pulmonary fibrosis, which is a condition when the tissues of the lungs become scarred, thick, and stiff. They can also include a collapsed lung, i.e. pneumothorax, and pneumonia. All right, let's take a moment or two to review. The bronchioles are tiny tube-like branches in the lungs, and alveoli are tiny air sacs that are located at the end of the bronchioles. Plateau pressure is the pressure in the alveoli after a patient on mechanical ventilation inhales. Mechanical ventilation refers to a patient that is hooked up to a machine that helps them breathe. Plateau pressure is measured when inhalation is complete and right before a person begins to exhale, when there is no air flowing through the lungs. Both lung compliance and positive end expiratory pressure, PEEP, impact plateau pressure. Lung compliance is a measure of the ability of the lungs to expand during inhalation, while positive end expiratory pressure is the pressure inside the airways that is above the pressure of the surrounding atmosphere that occurs at the end of exhalation. We also learned that the equation that represents plateau pressure is plateau pressure equals volume of lungs divided by compliance plus PEEP. Plateau pressure should remain under 30 centimeters H2O. High plateau pressure is often a result of conditions that prevent the lungs from expanding properly, such as acute respiratory distress syndrome, or ARDS, in which fluid accumulates in the alveoli, pulmonary fibrosis, in which the tissues of the lungs become scarred, thick, and stiff, collapsed lung, and pneumonia. When you think of the word Arctic, you likely think of someplace very cold, and you're correct. The Arctic region of the world is located in the very northern part of the Earth, enclosing the North Pole. This is one of the coldest places on Earth, due to its far northern position and subsequent lack of direct heat from the sun. The biome found here is called tundra, which is characterized by cold temperatures, relatively low precipitation, and permanently frozen ground. It's not an easy place to live, but life exists here, and the producers and decomposers play very important roles within their ecosystems. We all need energy to live, which is why we must eat food every day to fuel our bodies. Every living thing on Earth has this in common. They must receive nutrition in order to gain energy for survival. For almost every organism, this energy ultimately comes from the sun. Within an ecosystem, energy flows through the living organisms as they depend on one another for food, and this can be visualized with a food chain. The organisms at the bottom of the food chain are called producers because they produce food for the other organisms. Producers are the plants and algae in an ecosystem that have the ability to capture and use the sun's energy directly. They use the sun's energy to power the chemical reaction of photosynthesis, in which carbon dioxide and water are used to make glucose, a sugar, and oxygen gas. The sun's energy is stored within the bonds of the glucose molecules, and any organism that consumes the plant matter, the consumers in a food chain, receives this energy. The main producers of the Arctic tundra are organisms known as lichens. In many types of ecosystems, there is abundant plant life, and therefore many different types of producers. However, life in the Arctic is sparse due to the harsh conditions, so there are only a few. Lichens are unique organisms composed of fungus and algae, which are connected in a symbiotic relationship. The algae within the lichens have the ability to undergo photosynthesis, acting as the food producers. But why do the algae and fungi partner up to form lichens in the first place? It seems that both benefit from the partnership, as the algae provide the fungi with food through photosynthesis, and the fungi provide the algae a place to live. In turn, all of the animals within the tundra ecosystem that eat the lichens are able to receive the nutrition they need. Mosses are small, low-growing, non-vascular plants that live in the Arctic tundra and act as producers. They create a thick mass that resembles a green carpet growing over rocks and in shady areas. In addition, there are some types of Arctic grasses that also act as producers. All of the animals in the Arctic have adapted to receive their necessary nutrition from these few species. So, while consumers eat producers and other consumers, decomposers are organisms that go about obtaining energy in a slightly different way. They can't use photosynthesis to make their own food, nor can they move around to seek out food sources. Instead, decomposers pre-digest food sources, usually dead or decaying organic matter, and then absorb the nutrients. Decomposers, like producers, are crucial in an ecosystem as they break down matter, releasing elements back into the soil to be recycled. If decomposers didn't exist, dead organisms would pile up everywhere. The decomposers found in the Arctic tundra are bacteria, which are microorganisms, and fungi, which we previously mentioned as a member of the lichen partnership. Both bacteria and fungi work to break down dead and decaying matter, digesting and absorbing the nutrients in the process. Fungi are extremely abundant in the Arctic regions, with over 4,000 different species. The fungi found within the lichens also acts as a decomposer, fulfilling two important roles. Other examples of fungi are mushrooms, molds, and yeasts, all of which are also found in the Arctic tundra. The Arctic tundra is a region at the farthest northern point of the Earth. The tundra is a biome that is very cold and dry, with sparse life. The producers are the organisms that are able to undergo photosynthesis in order to make food. The major type of producer in the Arctic tundra is the lichen. Lichens are organisms made up of a symbiotic relationship between fungi and algae. Other producers include mosses, which are small, low-growing, non-vascular plants. Decomposers break down dead and decaying matter, releasing nutrients back to the soil. Arctic tundra decomposers include molds, yeasts, the fungi from lichens, and microorganisms called bacteria. Thinking of the Arctic region of the world is likely to conjure up images of a cold, barren land. This is exactly right. The Arctic is a place of extremes, where the harsh, cold, and dry environment doesn't sustain many life forms. Arctic tundra is the extremely cold and dry biome that's found in the farthest northern region of the Earth, enclosing the North Pole. Because it is located so far north, the sun's heat only reaches it at indirect angles. Subsequently, it is the coldest place on Earth. Tundra is characterized by very cold temperatures and relatively low precipitation, about the same amount as that of a desert. In the tundra, the ground below the surface remains frozen, which is called permafrost. The frozen earth makes it difficult for plants to grow, so it goes without saying that the vegetation that lives there is extremely hardy. One of the most abundant food sources for other organisms in the Arctic tundra is lichens, which are unique organisms made up of a symbiotic relationship between algae and fungi. In any given ecosystem, there are biotic factors and abiotic factors. Biotic factors are all the living things in an ecosystem, which includes all of the plants, animals, fungi, protists, and bacteria that make their homes there. Abiotic factors are the non-living parts of an ecosystem, and these include temperature, pressure, wind, sunlight, and weather systems. The biotic and abiotic factors in an ecosystem interact with each other constantly, as living organisms are dependent on each other and on the abiotic components of the area. Weather and climate are closely related, but are two separate concepts. The weather of an area is the atmospheric conditions on a given day. Climate refers to the weather patterns that a region experiences throughout an extended period of time. For example, the weather on a given day in the Arctic tundra can be sunny and 45 degrees Fahrenheit, but its climate is extremely cold and dry. The climate of the Arctic tundra sees an average temperature range of between -30 and 50 degrees Fahrenheit. The region barely experiences a spring or fall, as the two dominant seasons are winter and summer. The winter months are dark, with little sunlight, and are excessively cold. Extreme temperatures can easily reach -60 degrees Fahrenheit during the winter. Summer is much more tolerable, and it's the reason that any life forms can even exist in this frozen desert. Sunlight is much more abundant during the summer, and temperatures can range from 37 to 54 degrees Fahrenheit. Yearly precipitation is usually less than 10 inches in the Arctic tundra, comparable to the arid desert biome. The low levels of precipitation create a dry land, in which few plants can survive. Those that do are the Arctic grasses and various types of moss, which require little water. The Arctic tundra also has significant winds, blowing up to 60 miles per hour. This brings the wind chill down to unbearably low temperatures. The climate and weather of this region make the Arctic tundra a desolate land, and thus a difficult place to inhabit. The Arctic tundra is the extremely cold and dry biome that's found in the farthest northern region of the Earth, enclosing the North Pole. Tundra is characterized by very cold temperatures and low rainfall, creating a very cold desert. The permanently frozen ground is called permafrost. Abiotic factors are the non-living parts of an ecosystem, and these include temperature, precipitation, wind, sunlight, and weather. Climate refers to the weather patterns that a region experiences through an extended period of time. The climate of the Arctic tundra is cold average temperatures, less than 10 inches of precipitation, and significant winds. Winters are dark, with little sunlight reaching the area, and summers are warmer and brighter, with more sunshine. The weather of an area is the atmospheric conditions on a given day. The weather of the Arctic tundra varies greatly between the winter and summer, ranging from around -30 degrees Fahrenheit in the winter to about 50 degrees Fahrenheit in the summer.
If you were in the path of a hurricane, would you want it to be a Category 1 or a Category 5 storm? What causes the most damage when a hurricane strikes land? Is it the wind? What about the flooding? In this lesson, we will take a look at hurricanes and learn the effects hurricanes have when they hit land. Hurricanes are tropical storms with constant winds of 74 miles per hour or greater. They gather energy as they cross over warm ocean waters. These warm waters provide the warm, moist air that the hurricane uses as fuel. As the warm air rises, it creates an area of low pressure near the surface of the ocean that pulls in converging winds from all directions. These winds get warmed and then spiral upward as the tropical storm strengthens into a hurricane. Hurricanes start to gather strength in the warm tropical waters and develop in the Atlantic Ocean, Gulf of Mexico, and the Eastern Pacific Ocean. The Atlantic Ocean hurricane season is from June 1st to November 30th. Hurricanes that strike the Eastern Pacific area may show up earlier, and that hurricane season is from May 15th to November 30th. The Saffir-Simpson Hurricane Scale is a scale from 1 to 5 used to categorize hurricanes according to their sustained wind speeds. The scale is used as a guide to predict potential property damage and flooding expected along the coast when a hurricane strikes land. Category 1 is used to describe the weakest hurricane. A Category 1 hurricane will have sustained winds between 74 and 95 miles per hour. While this wind speed is faster than a cheetah, which is the fastest animal on Earth, the hurricane will do minimal damage to the coastline. A Category 2 hurricane will have sustained winds between 96 and 110 miles per hour. This is in the range of a Major League Baseball pitcher's best fastball. A Category 3 hurricane will have sustained winds between 111 and 130 miles per hour, which is in the range of a professional tennis player's best serve. A Category 4 hurricane has sustained winds between 131 and 155 miles per hour, which is a speed that tops the world's fastest roller coaster. And a Category 5 hurricane will have sustained winds over 155 miles per hour. Category 5 hurricanes are capable of the most catastrophic damage, with winds traveling as fast as some of the fastest high-speed trains in the world. When a hurricane strikes land, it brings with it heavy rains and strong winds. We already learned that wind is one of the effects of hurricanes, and that wind speed is what allows us to categorize hurricanes. Strong winds that come with a hurricane can uproot trees, knock over power lines, and damage buildings. Some intense hurricanes can also trigger tornadoes, which are localized and violent whirling winds that occur over land categorized by funnel-shaped clouds. Another effect of hurricanes is the heavy flooding. A hurricane gathers a lot of moisture over the ocean, which is released as rain when the storm hits land. This creates flooding in the area where the storm touches down, but can also result in widespread flooding across the region. Hurricanes lose strength as they move inland, but are capable of carrying heavy rains for hundreds of miles. One of the most devastating effects of a hurricane is the storm surge. A storm surge is an abnormal rise in the level of water that reaches land that is associated with a hurricane. As hurricanes' winds rotate over the ocean, they push water into a mound at the center of the storm. When the hurricane reaches land, its winds push the mound of water onto the shore, creating the storm surge. The rapidly rising water, along with heavy rains, creates dangerous flooding along the coast. Let's review. Hurricanes are tropical storms with constant winds of 74 miles per hour or greater. They are categorized using the Saffir-Simpson Hurricane Scale, which is a scale from 1 to 5 used to categorize hurricanes according to their sustained wind speeds. Category 1 is used to describe the weakest hurricane with sustained winds between 74 and 95 miles per hour. A Category 5 hurricane is capable of creating the most damage and will have sustained winds over 155 miles per hour. The effects of hurricanes that reach land include strong winds. Some intense hurricanes can also trigger tornadoes, which are localized and violent whirling winds that occur over land categorized by funnel-shaped clouds. Another effect of hurricanes is heavy flooding that can stretch for hundreds of miles. Often the most devastating effect of a hurricane is the storm surge, which is an abnormal rise in the level of water that reaches land that is associated with a hurricane. Imagine a giant wall of water growing out of the ocean, big enough to wipe out entire coastal towns and capable of killing hundreds of thousands of people caught in its path. This is the power created by a tsunami, which is a series of waves caused by an earthquake, underwater volcanic eruption, landslide, or other abrupt disturbance. Tsunamis are capable of creating massive devastation when they hit land. In this lesson, you will learn how tsunamis are created and the effects they have on people and the environment. The word tsunami comes from the Japanese language. The prefix su means harbor, and the suffix nami means wave. Therefore, the word literally means harbor wave. In March of 2011, Japan was hit by a powerful tsunami that was triggered by a 9.0 magnitude earthquake. The tsunami killed more than 15,000 people and caused billions of dollars of damage, including damage to several nuclear reactors. Tsunamis, like the one that hit Japan, can be caused by any action that creates an abrupt disturbance underwater. This can include a volcanic eruption or landslide, and even a meteorite or nuclear explosion, although these last two examples are rare. The most common cause of a tsunami is an earthquake, which is a sudden shifting of the Earth's crust, which releases energy. If an earthquake happens underwater, the seafloor lifts and then drops back down, causing the overlying water to be displaced and triggering waves of water. A tsunami wave that begins in the vast ocean has a very small wave height. For this reason, tsunamis in open ocean waters may go unnoticed. In fact, a fisherman out on the ocean may only experience a small swell as the tsunami wave passes below. Even though tsunamis are not big in height while out at sea, they can be very wide, spanning more than 1,000 football fields across. They also travel very quickly in deep ocean waters, reaching speeds as fast as a jet plane. As the tsunami approaches the coastline and shallow water, it slows in speed but builds in height. When the tsunami comes ashore, it brings with it a tremendous amount of energy and waves that can reach heights of over 100 feet. So you can imagine that when a huge wall of water comes ashore, there are some devastating effects of a tsunami. As mentioned earlier, a particularly devastating effect of a tsunami reaching land is a loss of life, which can grow into the hundreds of thousands. Because tsunamis are triggered by sudden events such as earthquakes, and because they move so quickly over deep ocean waters, there may be little time to warn coastal residents of its arrival. As the massive wall of water crashes on shore, it can cause severe coastal erosion, which is the wearing away of coastal land or beaches. The power of the water can also wash away vegetation, making it hard to reestablish the shoreline. A tsunami can cause a tremendous amount of structural damage. The force of the water crushes homes and businesses and tears apart infrastructure such as roads and bridges, leaving behind billions of dollars in damage. The water can continue to flow inland for hundreds of miles, causing severe flooding. And even after the initial waters recede, the stagnant and contaminated water that remains leads to an elevated risk of disease. Diseases, such as malaria, are more common due to the stagnant water that acts as a breeding ground for the mosquitoes that transmit the disease. Drinking water supplies can become contaminated by sewage and rotting remains of the devastation. And because sewage and freshwater systems may have been damaged by the tsunami, disease can continue to spread long after the tsunami's initial strike. Let's review. A tsunami is a series of waves caused by an earthquake, underwater volcanic eruption, landslide, or other abrupt disturbance. The most common cause of a tsunami is an earthquake, which is a sudden shifting of the Earth's crust which releases energy. If an earthquake happens underwater, the seafloor shifts up and down, causing the overlying water to be displaced and triggering waves of water. A tsunami can travel as fast as a jet plane in the deep ocean waters. As it approaches the coastline and shallow water, it slows in speed but builds in height. There are some devastating effects of a tsunami, including the loss of life, which can grow into the hundreds of thousands. It can cause severe coastal erosion, which is the wearing away of coastal land or beaches, and a tremendous amount of structural damage. The water can result in severe flooding far inland, and stagnant and contaminated water that remains leads to an elevated risk of disease. If you visited the beach as a kid and then went back with your children 30 years later, chances are the beach and shoreline would look different. This is because coastal areas are constantly changing in form and shape due to the impact of waves. The pounding of waves is constantly eroding the shoreline, and this creates some interesting shoreline features. In this lesson, you will learn about the effects of coastal erosion and how the relentless pounding of waves carves out unique features such as cliffs, platforms, sea arches, and sea stacks. Coastal erosion, which is the wearing away of coastal land or beaches, is mainly caused by the impact of waves along the shoreline. This is accentuated during storms when waves are large and crash on shore with a lot of energy. If a coastal structure, such as a headland, which is a narrow strip of land that projects out into a body of water, contains cracks or crevices, the waves can force water into the openings, dislodging land and rock fragments. Rocky structures along the coast are also subjected to erosion caused by sand and rocks stirred up by and carried within the waves. As the sand and rocks crash into the coast, they grind away land and rock. Waves do not typically strike the shore head-on. Wave refraction is the bending of waves as they travel toward the shallow waters of the shore. When waves move from the deep ocean waters to the shallow waters of the shore, the part of the wave closest to the shore hits bottom and slows first. However, the part of the wave that is still in deep water proceeds at full speed. This contrast in speed causes a bending of the wave crest. As the wave approaches the coast, it is almost parallel to the shore. Because of wave refraction, the energy carried by waves pummels the sides and ends of shoreline protrusions, such as headlands, leading to greater erosion. Shorelines are carved over time, leaving unique and oftentimes spectacular shoreline features. A wave-cut cliff is a steep rock face created by the eroding action of waves. As waves continue to hit the supporting rocks of the cliffs, a notch is carved into the cliff face. Rocks overhanging the erosion weaken and crumble, causing the cliff to retreat farther inland. This leaves behind a somewhat flat area found at the base of a wave-cut cliff called a wave-cut platform. These may be seen during times of low tide when the overlying water recedes. These platforms are sometimes referred to as coastal benches because when they are exposed during periods of low tide, they resemble large benches made of flat rock. As mentioned earlier, headlands that project into the ocean are savagely attacked by refracted waves. The waves erode the rocky headlands and chip away at any fractured rocks. This can lead to the creation of a sea arch, which is a natural hole carved through a headland due to erosion by waves. Sea arches can be found along many coasts, and each is uniquely beautiful. However, these structures are not stable due to continual erosion by the waves. Sea arches eventually collapse, leaving behind an equally beautiful and intriguing structure referred to as a sea stack, which is a pillar-shaped rock formation detached from the coast due to erosion by waves. Sea stacks resemble smokestacks, as you might see on a factory. These impressive structures can be seen just off the shore of many coastlines, where they contribute to the natural beauty of the shoreline. Let's review. Coastal erosion is the wearing away of coastal land or beaches, and is mainly caused by the impact of waves. Waves do not typically strike the shore head-on. Wave refraction is the bending of waves as they travel toward the shallow waters of the shore. Because of wave refraction, the energy carried by waves pummels the sides and ends of shoreline protrusions, such as a headland, which is a narrow strip of land that projects out into a body of water. One of the shoreline features that is created by erosion is a wave-cut cliff, which is a steep rock face created by the eroding action of waves. As waves continue to hit the cliff, it retreats farther inland, leaving behind a wave-cut platform, which is a somewhat flat area found at the base of a wave-cut cliff. Another feature created by erosion is a sea arch, which is a natural hole carved through a headland due to erosion by waves. Sea arches eventually collapse, leaving behind a sea stack, which is a pillar-shaped rock formation detached from the coast due to erosion by waves. Did you ever visit the beach and dig your toes into the sand? Did you ever wonder how the sand got there, or what exactly makes up the sand that is hiding your toes? A beach is an area next to the ocean that is covered with sand or pebbles. Beaches are made up of whatever elements are in the area. Therefore, they may be composed of minerals, such as quartz, as well as shell fragments, remains of sea creatures, or coral. Each grain of sand is formed when rocks and other materials are broken down by the impact of waves. New sand and sediment is always being added and is constantly moving under the influence of waves and being deposited in areas where wave energy is low. In this lesson, you will learn about some shoreline features that are created by deposits of sand and sediment, including spits, bay-mouth bars, tumbelows, and barrier islands. Waves are powerful forces that cause a constant erosion of coastal structures, such as rocky cliffs and headlands, which are narrow strips of land that project out into a body of water. Because shorelines are sloped and uneven, waves rarely strike the shore straight on. Wave refraction is the bending of waves as they travel toward the shallow waters of the shore. When waves approach shore and the water becomes shallow, the part of the wave closest to the shore comes in contact with the bottom and is the first part of the wave to slow down. The part of the wave that is still in deep water continues on its path toward shore at full speed. This contrast in speed causes the bending of the wave crest referred to as wave refraction. As the wave approaches the coast, it is almost parallel to the shore. Because of wave refraction, the energy carried by waves is strongest on the sides and end of shoreline protrusions such as headlands, whereas the adjacent recessed areas along the shore, such as bays, are subjected to much less wave energy. This low wave energy allows for deposition, which is the process of depositing sand and sediment in an area over a period of time. Deposition along the shore is the result of the longshore drift, which is the process by which sand and sediment is transported along the coast. The longshore drift is influenced by the angle of the waves hitting the shore, as well as winds and currents near the shore, and can be responsible for the deposition of large amounts of sediment along the length of the shore. The deposition of sand and sediment constantly changes beaches and affects the coastal landscape by creating some unique shoreline features. A spit is an elongated landform that extends from the coast into the mouth of an adjacent bay. It is shaped by the deposition of sand that is carried by currents of the longshore drift. The free end of the spit often curls landward, forming a growth that resembles a hook due to the flow of the currents. A spit is a type of sandbar. If a spit grows and creates a sandbar that completely closes access to a bay, it is referred to as a bay-mouth bar. A bay-mouth bar completely separates the bay from the ocean and is formed in much the same way that a spit is formed, through deposition caused by the longshore drift. Sand and sediment are allowed to settle in these areas because processes such as wave refraction rob the waves of their energy, allowing materials to settle in the area. A tumbelow is another shoreline feature that can result due to deposition. It is defined as a mound of sand that joins an island to the mainland. You can recall this term if you remember that the word tumbelow originates from the Latin language and means mound. And if you look at a tumbelow, you can see that it does look like a mound of sand connecting two land masses together. One other shoreline structure that develops due to the deposition of sand and sediment is a barrier island. A barrier island is a sandbar that runs parallel to the coast but remains separated by water. Barrier islands, like the other depositional features discussed, are created by the action of waves, currents, and winds. Yet perhaps more so than the other features, barrier islands actually work as effective barriers and protect the coastline from ocean threats such as strong storms and tidal waves. Let's review. Wave refraction is the bending of waves as they travel toward the shallow waters of the shore. Because of wave refraction, the energy carried by waves is strongest on the sides and ends of shoreline protrusions such as headlands, which are narrow strips of land that project out into a body of water. The adjacent bays, which are recessed areas along the shore, are subjected to much less wave energy. This low wave energy allows for deposition, which is the process of depositing sand and sediment in an area over a period of time. Deposition along the shore is a result of the longshore drift, which is a process by which sand and sediment is transported along the coast. Deposition of sand and sediment creates shoreline features, such as a spit, which is an elongated landform that extends from the coast into the mouth of an adjacent bay. If a spit grows and creates a sandbar that completely closes access to a bay, it is referred to as a bay mouth bar. A tombolo is a mound of sand that joins an island to the mainland, and a barrier island is a sandbar that runs parallel to the coast but remains separated by water. Imagine you were living in your dream home, somewhere along the coast. This beautiful home overlooks the ocean, and every morning you can sit out on your deck and watch the ocean waves lap up onto the sand. When you bought the home years ago, you imagined that this would be your home for the rest of your life. However, as the years have gone by, you have been noticing that the beach has become smaller, and the waves from the ocean are getting closer and closer to your home with every passing year. This wearing away of coastal land and beaches is referred to as coastal erosion. It is a concern for many coastal communities and owners of beachfront properties. In this lesson, you will learn how hard stabilization structures, such as groins, breakwaters, and seawalls, are used to protect beachfront properties and the coast from erosion. Beaches and shorelines are dynamic places that are in a constant state of change due to forces that act upon them, such as waves and currents. Coastal erosion is constantly happening because waves are constantly hitting the beach and shoreline structures. However, this process can be accelerated by storms, which produce large waves that crash onto shore with a lot of energy. Erosion of beaches and shorelines can negatively impact the lives of people living along the coast and cause costly damage to their properties. Therefore, coastal communities are often willing to invest in hard stabilization, which is the use of man-made protective structures to control erosion. While hard stabilization structures help slow erosion caused by waves, they also prevent the shifting of sand along the beach. Sand and sediment is constantly moving parallel to the shoreline due to the force of waves that strike the shore at an angle. Waves rarely strike the shore straight on. Instead, we see a phenomenon called wave refraction, in which the waves bend as they travel toward the shallow waters of the shore. These oblique waves create the longshore drift, which is the process by which sand and sediment is transported along the coast. The longshore drift can be responsible for the loss of beach sand from an area, and you can imagine that people who own homes, restaurants, or hotels along that stretch of beach suffer from this loss. They do not want to watch the beach in front of their property deteriorate as sand is washed down the coast. Therefore, coastal communities build structures to try to contain the sand. A groin is a hard stabilization structure built at a right angle to the shore to maintain or widen beaches. A groin is built to trap sand that is moving down the coast due to the natural action of waves and currents. Groins may be built in groups in order to protect long stretches of beach. These hard structures, stretching from the beach and out into the water, confine sand to a designated area. However, they do not stop waves. Therefore, sand can still move between the groins. This results in sand accumulating on the upstream side of the groin and eroding from the downstream side. This can create new problems because it modifies the shape of the beach and can negatively affect beaches down the coast. Groins are built at right angles to the shore, but we also see stabilizing structures built parallel to the shoreline to protect property and coastal structures. A breakwater is a hard stabilization structure built offshore and parallel to the beach to protect the coast and create a calm area of water. This is an easy term to recall if you think of a breakwater as a barrier that breaks the flow of water. These physical barriers literally break up large, powerful ocean waves, and because they are built offshore, they create a protective water zone near shore where boats can find a safe harbor. A seawall is a hard stabilization structure built near the beach and parallel to the shore to protect the coast from the force of waves. Because a seawall is built between the shore and the sea, you can recall this term by thinking of a seawall as a wall built to keep the sea away from land. Seawalls reduce the eroding effects of large waves or storm waves on the coastline and protect beachfront properties. The presence of a seawall allows people to build homes and businesses close to the ocean and enjoy activities near the ocean that would otherwise be impossible due to the force of the incoming waves. Let's review. The wearing away of coastal land and beaches is referred to as coastal erosion. This erosion occurs because of the constant action of waves and currents. When waves travel into the shallow waters near the shore, they are refracted or bent and hit the shore at an angle. These oblique waves create the longshore drift, which is the process by which sand and sediment is transported along the coast. To prevent sand from moving down the coast, coastal communities may build a groin, which is a hard stabilization structure built at a right angle to the shore to maintain or widen beaches. Hard stabilization structures may also be built parallel to the shoreline to protect property and coastal structures. A breakwater is a hard stabilization structure built offshore and parallel to the beach to protect the coast and create a calm area of water. A seawall is a hard stabilization structure built near the beach and parallel to the shore to protect the coast from the force of waves. Beaches are picturesque areas of the world where many people go to rest and relax. Yet the shoreline itself is never at rest. It is constantly changing in response to powerful forces acting upon it, such as the wind, waves, and currents. These forces erode shoreline structures and carry sand down the coast unless barriers are in place to slow or prevent the process. Hard stabilization is the use of man-made protective structures to control erosion. Hard stabilization structures, such as groins, are built at right angles to the shore to prevent the movement of sand down the coast and maintain the beach. While other hard stabilization structures, such as breakwaters and seawalls, are built parallel to the beach to protect the coast from the force of waves. These structures are built to stay in place for years, but they are not always the desired solution because they take away from the aesthetic beauty of the beach. They also interfere with the natural ecosystem, threatening habitats and nesting grounds of native shoreline species. In this lesson, you will learn about alternatives to hard stabilization, including beach nourishment and relocation. The alternative to hard stabilization is sometimes referred to as soft stabilization. Whereas hard stabilization relies on the use of constructed barriers, soft stabilization is the addition of vegetation or sand to stabilize the shoreline. You can recall this term by thinking of plants and sand as soft alternatives to the solid barrier walls we see used in hard stabilization. Soft stabilization may involve planting vegetation near the shoreline. This anchors the sand and sediment, which slows erosion caused by wind and waves. Because these methods use only organic materials, the aesthetics and natural habitats of the beach are maintained. A type of soft stabilization is beach nourishment. Beach nourishment is defined as the process of replenishing sand and sediment lost during erosion. In a way, it is as if the beach is getting nourished by the arrival of new sand. With beach nourishment, large quantities of sand are brought in from other locations. This process can restore the quality of the beach for visitors, and because it widens the beach, it provides added protection from storm waves, making it less likely that they will reach beachfront homes or businesses. However, there are disadvantages associated with beach nourishment. One of the biggest disadvantages of beach nourishment is the high cost involved. Sand is bulky and heavy to transport, so beach nourishment is not always an economically viable option. Also, because sand and other organic materials continue to be subjected to the same forces that caused the erosion in the first place, beach nourishment is not a permanent solution. The new beach must be maintained through constant replenishment. Another disadvantage is that the introduction of non-native sand can adversely affect local marine life. For example, Waikiki Beach in Hawaii utilized beach nourishment to stabilize its shoreline. The coarse native sand was replaced with non-native sand that was much softer and muddier. As the breaking waves crashed down on the new beach, the softer sand dispersed in the water, turning it cloudy, which resulted in the demise of the offshore coral reefs. Another alternative to hard stabilization is relocation. As you may have guessed, relocation means moving structures away from the eroding beach. If stabilization techniques become too costly or difficult, homes or structures may be relocated. This is what happened with the historic Cape Hatteras Lighthouse in North Carolina. The lighthouse was built on a barrier island, which is a sandbar that runs parallel to the coast but remains separated by water. This made for an ideal location to warn ships of the dangerous waters in the area. However, waves continually battered the barrier island, threatening the historic structure. The installation of hard stabilization structures and beach nourishment were no match for the pounding ocean waves, and in 1999, the entire lighthouse was relocated inland for its protection. Let's review. Hard stabilization is the use of man-made protective structures to control erosion. Examples of hard stabilization structures include groins, breakwaters, and seawalls. These structures are not always the desired solution because they take away from the aesthetic beauty of the beach and interfere with the natural ecosystem. An alternative is soft stabilization, which is the addition of vegetation or sand to stabilize the shoreline. A type of soft stabilization is beach nourishment, which is the process of replenishing sand and sediment lost during erosion. Beach nourishment can restore the quality of the beach for visitors, and because it widens the beach, it provides added protection from storm waves. However, there are disadvantages of beach nourishment, including the high cost of transporting sand, the fact that it is not a permanent solution, and the fact that non-native sand can adversely affect local marine life. Another alternative to hard stabilization is relocation, or moving structures away from the eroding beach. The historic Cape Hatteras Lighthouse in North Carolina is an example of a structure that was relocated inland for its protection. Timmy's science class was studying storms, and his teacher asked him to write a paper on hurricanes. Timmy did not know much about hurricanes except that they were big storms capable of creating a lot of damage, so he decided to ask an expert. He took a trip down to the local TV station to ask the weatherman to explain just what hurricanes are and how they are formed. Let's follow along with Timmy and see what he finds out. At the TV station, Timmy is greeted by weatherman Tom Rains, who is happy to help Timmy with his project. Mr. Rains explains that a hurricane is a tropical storm with constant winds of 74 miles per hour or greater. He then told Timmy that hurricanes can be enormous storms, stretching 600 miles across, and that they can last more than a week when they are located over warm ocean waters. Warm areas over oceans are what give hurricanes their energy. Hurricanes start in tropical waters and can be found in the Atlantic Ocean, Gulf of Mexico, and Eastern Pacific Ocean. An interesting fact that Timmy discovered is that hurricanes are made up of powerful swirling winds that spin due to the Coriolis force. This is a phenomena created by the rotation of the Earth that causes free-moving objects, such as the wind, to move to the right or left. Due to this phenomenon, we see that hurricanes rotate in a counterclockwise direction in the northern hemisphere and a clockwise direction in the southern hemisphere. Despite the spinning winds, it has weak winds and fair weather information he was learning, so Mr. Rains decided to break up the lecture by showing Timmy an experiment to demonstrate how hurricanes form. Mr. Rains took Timmy into the kitchen at the TV station, where he had a pan of boiling water on the stove. Timmy noticed that the boiling water was creating steam, and he could see the moist air rising upward. Mr. Rains explained that hurricanes form over really warm waters where the water temperatures are more than 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Therefore, hurricanes typically get their start in the tropics. These warm waters cause moisture to rise up into the atmosphere, just like the moisture rising from the pan of hot water. Mr. Raines then picked up a bowl filled with ice cubes and held it a few inches above the pan. This, he explained, represents the cooler atmosphere above the warm ocean. After a few moments, Timmy noticed that water droplets were forming on the bottom of the bowl of ice cubes. Mr. Raines said that was due to condensation, which is the process by which water droplets form on a cold surface when met by humid air. He explained that the same thing happens when warm, humid air from the ocean rises to meet the colder atmosphere. This gives us the clouds associated with hurricanes. Timmy was really starting to understand how hurricanes form, but he wondered why hurricanes didn't happen all the time, since tropical waters are always pretty warm. Mr. Raines mentioned that there are a few more conditions needed for a hurricane to form. He explained that when this warm, humid air rises, there is less air remaining at the ocean surface. This causes an area of low air pressure. Surrounding air flows toward this zone of low pressure from all directions. These converging winds begin to rotate due to the Coriolis force. All of this air warms up and spirals upward, carrying more moisture into the atmosphere. As it rises, it makes more clouds and releases its heat. Winds above the storm blow the rising heat away, allowing more warm air to rise. This cycle continues, and the storm reinforces itself. Conditions above the storm are also what give us the eye of the storm. Dry, warm air from above the storm can drop down through the center of the storm, providing the calm, dry, and cloud-free eye of the hurricane. The hurricane continues to pick up energy and sustain itself as long as it has warm ocean water below and organized winds above to remove the heat. If the hurricane moves too far north over cold waters or moves over land, its warm water energy source is lost, causing it to weaken and break apart. Timmy now knew what a hurricane was and how it formed. He thanked Mr. Raines and headed home to write his report. He went to bed that night feeling confident that he would ace the project. Let's review. A hurricane is a tropical storm with constant winds of 74 miles per hour or greater. Hurricanes spin due to the Coriolis force. This is a phenomena created by the rotation of the Earth that causes free-moving objects, such as the wind, to move to the right or left. Due to this phenomenon, we see that hurricanes rotate in a counterclockwise direction in the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern hemisphere. The eye is an area at the center of the hurricane that has weak winds and fair weather. There are some conditions needed for a hurricane to form. Hurricanes form over warm waters of more than 80 degrees Fahrenheit. The warm, humid air rises up from the ocean to meet the colder atmosphere. This forms clouds through condensation, which is the process by which water droplets form on a cold surface when met by humid air. An area of low air pressure near the ocean surface attracts converging winds from all directions. These winds begin to rotate due to the Coriolis force. The warm, moist air spirals upward, making more clouds and releasing its heat. Winds above the storm blow the rising heat away, allowing more warm air to rise. The hurricane continues to pick up energy and sustain itself as long as it has warm ocean water below and organized winds above to remove the heat.